This is it! The postseason is here! Ascend Tournament Series Season 3 is only 2 weekends away from crowning its champions. Welcome to the Ascend Tournament Series postseason. This is the Ascendant Cup, sponsored by Riot Esports, and this is the Wildcard stage. Welcome to the postseason, welcome to the playoffs, and welcome to the best of sevens. You better believe it, all matches are best of 7 this tournament. And boy, we've got a lot of great matches for you here. 11 teams have made it to the postseason in the Ascendant Cup. 8 of them play here today. Of those 8 teams, they play a Swiss bracket. 2 wins, you move on to day 3. Or day 3, to championship stage, 2 losses, and you know, except it's a little bit more complicated than that here for the Ascendant Cup because of how weird the setup is, because only 3 teams have actually made it to that championship stage, and because we needed 8 total, 5 of these 8 teams will qualify to that stage tonight. Yeah, we're playing all these matches as well, so it's a long night for action, but again, these teams all play all best of 7s, and again, it's a little weird. Let's 2-2-0 teams after round 2 will play in the 4th seed tiebreaker matchup. The 1-2 teams after round 3 will play in the 8th seed tiebreaker matchup. The 2 teams playing the 4th seed match will guarantee themselves spots in that final bracket, but the winner will be in the upper portion of the championship stage. For the 8th seed match, it's win and move to the championship, lose and go home. It's that simple. And again, if we take a look at our little championship stage, go quickly here again. That 4th seed match, it really does matter. As you can see there, whoever wins that match will be playing against the Wobblers on the championship stage, which would be a week from now, next Friday. So, again, tonight's the 15th. Next Friday, the 22nd, is the championship. So, these teams have a lot they need to prove here, a lot they need to go through. And again, we went through a whole wildcard draft to get it. These teams, these top 4 seeds, 135 Vortex, NES Nova Ninjas, Exploding Cat Giff and Yukasaur all decided on who they wanted to play in round 1. Those are the matchups confirmed. 135 Vortex take on 100 Vanguard in a 135 matchup. NES Nova Ninjas taking on NSG. Exploding Cat Giff versus Nerd Knights. And Yukasaur versus Godfall Gaming. Again, we'll be here all night. We're going to be capturing every single match for 4 hours. So it's going to be a long night. A lot of action here. Again, it's going to be fun, it's going to be exciting, it's going to get quite fun here, and it's, again, all best of 7s, all for that spot in the championship, a spot in the top 8. Again, 5 of these 8 teams will be progressing through, so we've got quite a line of matchups to go, but a lot of frontrunners, and we're going to be looking at one of these frontrunners in our first match of the evening. Exploding Cat Giff taking on the Nerd Knights. So, Exploding Cat Giff, one of the top teams this season, were in the same group as Team Evo Vector, but could not get the win in the regular season against them. It was the difference maker. By the end of the season, they could not beat Team Evo Vector. It only made things worse when they lost to Team Evo Bananas the week after. So their final 2 weeks of the regular season were not great for them. They do, though, have the courtesy of beating 135 Vortex also in this group. So for Exploding Cat Giff, again, a team that we know pretty well, they were here in Season 2, but were in the Apex Cup back when that was a GC1, GC2 division, and actually struggled. They could not get out of the playoff bracket, get into the playoff bracket there. Obviously, now this season, in a very similar division, one that's a little bit lower rank, they are going to be in a very good position here. They're one of the top teams, and again, most people, almost anybody, expect them, along with the 135 Vortex and NES Nova Ninjas, to all play in tomorrow. So again, there's a lot of fun here, but on the other side, Nerd Knights. This team is actually not unknown to us. We have seen this team before, but that was back in ATS. I believe it was either Season 0 or Season... I believe it was Season 1. And they were in the Ascension Cup. Specifically, Oh My Spiffy was in the Ascension. Check on that. Eve, that's where they were. Season 1, they were in the Ascension Cup, part of many teams there. They're part of Acid Rain, who actually forfeited their season. So, this is the first time he's going to be... this team is going to be in the postseason So for Nerd Knights themselves, getting into this one just barely, they have the weakest record of any team coming into this playoff bracket, though, from the Ascension Cup. A 3-4 record. They didn't have a winning record, but they got 3-1 tiebreakers. That 4th seed tiebreaker came in their favor. They won out on game differential. This has been not an easy season for Oh My Spiffy and crew. Again, we're gonna get into this match very shortly here, but again, a ton of other people streaming. Again, that next 25 Vortex, our next Vanguard match, that's gonna be on Death Stream, Atomic Death, DI on Twitch, ATOMICDEATHVI. Then it will be again the NES Nova Ninjas taking on NSG. That's on current stream, CXRRXNT on Twitch. You can go see current there for that match. Of course, we'll be taking Explain Cat GIF and Nerd Knights, and then ZekVexol will be streaming Yukio Sora versus Godfall Gaming, which is probably going to be the closest match in round 1, at least by prediction. ZekVexol, ZekVexol. I'll give you guys updates on who's streaming what, on updates around the league as well. We will be getting matches here as well. Did I mention Ascendant? You better believe I did mention Ascendant. That was the last team that Oh My Spiffy was on, and again, a team itself did not make it to the postseason, got forfeited out of their season as well, actually based on a cheating scandal. But, of course, a few seasons later, Oh My Spiffy's back, making sure he escapes that, and sets himself a new course here on a much better team. At least a team that is, I think, at least a lot better on paper as well. Again, it's going to be a really fun matchup here. Oh My Spiffy and company trying to create quite the upset in round 1. Again, because it's Swiss, though, records don't really matter anymore. All that matters really is that game differential. Who you play, how you beat them. That's going to be a important match as well, so coming into lobby is Spiffy, Demonic, and Kai. And again, it will be a great series. I'm excited to see how things will go here as well. Again, we got a really fun series again. All matches are best of 7. This is also when tactical timeouts are now introduced. So teams do have that ability to call a timeout during the series. Each team has 1 per series. Because the postseason, you're allowed to use them. And that's going to be really important for a lot of these rosters as well. So again, we're going to get things sorted up, ready to go. But these teams are in. Prediction poll, again, is live. Your votes on who you think will win, ECG or Nerd Knights. Do you go with the upset, or do you go with the team that's been here and competed under the same roster last season? Floating Cat GIF taking on the Nerd Knights here in our first match of the evening. Again, our first of 4 will be here all night. We're going to be seeing action. All the way up to that 8th seed matchup. So let's get these teams in the lobby. Get a best of 7 series. Exploding Cat GIF have been solid all season long. But the postseason's here. They did not make it here last season. Nerd Knights gonna pave their new way from a dark, dark past. We get into the wildcard. Welcome to ATS, everyone. This is it. The postseason is here. Exploding Cat GIF on the blue, Nerd Knights on the orange, and the Ascendant Cup, sponsored by Variety Esports, is up and away. Neither team has met each other yet this season, so there's going to be taking a lot of getting used to, but Exploding Cat GIF with Saturn, Squubs, and Defiance on the blue side of the field, and with it being a best of 7 series, the pressure is well and truly on for ECG to get themselves off to a good start. Squabs, Saturn looking in midfield, but the shot not there. A lot of demos though, early aggression showing from Exploding Cat GIF, and that should come as no surprise considering the team that they're going up against here in Nerd Knights. They know they have the advantage here by rank, by their season so far. Nerd Knights, again, coming in with the weakest record out of any roster in the regular season, so they're going to need to prove a lot here against an ECG team that, again, has trying to recover after 2 straight losses in their last 2 weeks of action in the regular season. Shut on there, saved by Demonic, but it's a free one for Defiance. And Exploding Gatgift will get on the board first. It was an awkward touch. It was Demonic who just needed to do more on that one. A giveaway to Defiance. Exploding Gatgift score first. Defiance. Relatively unknown player last season, making himself known, as is Squubs, a second for ECG. And they have not stopped scoring yet. Defiance finds Squubs off the back wall. And Exploding Gatgift take another. Off the sidewall, Defiance. Saturn looking for yet another chance on net. Saturn actually one of the few players that actually has the courtesy of being involved in every single tier this season. Player for Exploding Gatgift is the coach for 10X in the Advent Cup, obviously a team that is not in the wildcard right now. He's also the coach for NIRV Technique, who are going to be in the wildcard 2 days from now in the Apex Cup. Again, one of only, I think, 2 or 3 players that actually have that. I know Retro himself also doing it as well, but there aren't that many players who can say that they've done that, as Nerd Knights do march down the field and find an answer. And it comes from Demonic. Set up by Kai, left waiting in front, and Demonic quick to it. Beats Squubs, beats the defenders at Nerd Knights with their first of the night. Again, 4 matches right now happening at the exact same time. It's a busy night for ATS, but it's the night that everybody's been looking forward to. ATS has had a wildcard since its first iteration in the Ascension Cup Season 0. That has not changed this season, although the format itself has. It used to be double elimination for the 8 teams in the wildcard. Now it is a Swiss bracket. Format a little different, but the pressure is still very much the same. It never gets easier getting to this point every single season. These teams know it very well. The pressure is on. As Spiffy. Squubs, great play off the ceiling there. Will send it towards net, but Demonic able to keep control. ECG, though, just playing offense. You can tell a very passive start for both teams. Neither one willing to push up too high, but the mistakes coming from Nerd Knights. Demo in front. In goes Squubs, fits it right side. And ECG, they may not be taking a ton of risks, but it works to the detriment of Nerd Knights, who are sitting back a little bit too far. Again, with how much space they have. It's a huge, huge goal for them. Breaking through once again. Make sure that this series can start off as well as possible here for the favorites. As Squubs gets yet another. Oh no, it's hit the post there. I will come in to clear it off the line, and here goes Spiffy to keep it away, but Nerd Knights got a bit fortunate on that one. That should have been another. As ECG still not done. Defiance just gets a pump on Spiffy there. Just wasting time, letting Exploding Gatgift again take this down the field. Again, a very defensive start right now tonight. ECG don't want to make any mistakes, and again, so often teams generally don't do well in these moments, in these playoff situations, because the pressure is so high. You can tell these teams both feel it. As off the sidewall, as cleared away. As off the back wall, whiff there! Should be a chance, Squubs whiffed. Saturn will go for it. And ECG is starting to get a little bit more comfortable. And again, what a night it's going to be. Again, 4 matches happening at the same time. But for game 1, Exploding Gatgift, make sure that they are the ones on top here. As Spiffy, shot saved away. Demonic whiffed. Kai now. It'll be Saturn Pizza. Whiff space, with Defiance in tow. Exploding Gatgift can still attack here as Squubs off the sidewall. Now to the ceiling. Space to work with. Ceiling shot on. Saved by Kai. And in comes Saturn, but he could not get another shot on that one. As this one left in front for Demonic. Great job on the Vines to collapse onto that one. Give his team enough space to work with. Nerd Knights just gonna have to concede game one. They were pushed back for the vast majority of it. They are looking for goals late here, but the shots being just wide, the plays just not being good enough. It was a close game. ECG did not start off as well as they wanted to, but for being the team that they are going to get wins even in sketchy situations like these. Game one will go to the favorites here, one of the top teams this season. And ECG off to a good start. Exploding Cat Gift doing well, and Nerd Knights need to find an answer in some way. And with that, again, being round one, reminder, it's a free round Swiss bracket, so not resting on these teams and their performance. Reminder, there are 3 other teams who have already qualified. The Wobblers, Team Evo Vector, and Team Evo Bananas have all made it to the championship stage through the regular season. All of them watching tonight, waiting for who could be their opponents next Friday, a week from now. Loading Cat Gif, Nerd Knights, and ECG are one of the expected teams to make it to the championship stage. A very slow start, felt very sluggish from them, but you have to expect there's also so many jitters that these teams are riding on right now. But there's many reasons why teams are going to be all nervous in matches like these. Loading Cat Gif definitely looked like they had some in game one, because very close between them and Nerd Knights by the end of that game. I would say maybe even a bit too close times, but we do get these teams back in the lobby. And we are going to get these teams in. We did get a call for a lobby reset, so there is a very good chance that these teams might be encountering some issues here. We are going to try to get them in. And we'll get these teams in as soon as we can for this one. We actually are getting a call why they actually aren't here. They accidentally joined the first lobby again, so we're gonna get them back in, hopefully for the second game here. There they are, they're joining in, so now we are gonna get them all into the correct lobby here. We get a call for a lobby reset, so these teams in, we'll go back in. And here we go, we'll get them back in here. Game number 2. Sorry about that delay, but everybody's back. I'm gonna call for a lobby reset. In this best of 7 matchup, ECG taking game 1. It was not their strongest performance. It doesn't need to be, though. They just need to be better than Nerd Knights. A very tough ask for this team, but not something that I would say is unlikely for them here. But obviously they're gonna need to look to improve a lot now in game 2 to really shut down Nerd Knights, because I'm sure more than anything they'd love to have a sweep here. Start off with a high game differential, because knowing some of the other teams in this section, there's gonna be some sweeps in round 1. Reminder, other than initial seed, the first tiebreaker is game differential in this bracket. So yeah, not only does getting wins matter, getting wins with good game differential matters. ECG, they want to be one of those teams that can get a sweep in round 1, start things off well, again, give themselves the best possible chance in game 2. If they don't get good game differential in this first round, they could be meeting a team like, and yes, Nova Ninjas, a team like 135 Vortex. Although they have beat Vortex already, not exactly a team you want to go up against here, as ECG making sure that they are there. A second goal for Squabs. And again, right now, just running laps, playing a lot faster, picking up the pace, and Nerd Knights cannot seem to comprehend that. was a good start in Game 1 for ECG. That makes sure that continues in Game 2, again with a faster pace. But that is going to make things a lot tougher for Nerd Knights to predict. So far, to the start of this game, there's still a lot of time left, but Nerd Knights double commit there. Defiance will take a third. And it has gotten a lot worse here for Nerd Knights. Three goals for ECG. Oh, it's a terrible start here. We're not even all that far into this game, and things only seem to be getting worse. That shot nearly on for Defiance. In it goes. Did Defiance save that one? I think Defiance got the last touch there. Deflected out of the opposing net. Still they go. Squubs hit the bar. And ECG will retreat. Saturn on low boost. Defiance will let this one go. And Exploding Catgift will keep possession, but so close to a fourth goal this game. ECG bringing the pressure now in Game 2. They just needed time to warm up into this series. You can tell already a whole different feel. Nerd Knights now their first chance on offense here, but will end rather quickly here. Stuck in the corner. ECG will get the ball out from there. Defiance finding Squubs. Putting Catgift unable to get there. Now Spiffy and Kai. Demonic in tow, but a demo from Saturn. And ECG have a lot more time now to plan things out. Defiance, though, just clears this one away. Kai whiffed on it! Didn't get a good touch there, but he will be thankful that he has the recovery before ECG can get back in time. Nerd Knights right now treading water on defense. And they're down by 3. They need to get offense, but they just can't seem to get down the field at all. ECG pressing them back. Every challenge seems to be working their way as Defiance missed the shot. Saturn, though, will keep this in offense, though, and all the Nerd Knights will clear this out. Not a lot of hope here for them in getting a goal because so far they've just not gone their way. They have not held that possession. They have not kept up control of the ball. While they do get shots, they are fleeting and light at best. Defiance now looking for number 4 up to the back wall. Kai whiffed. Spiffy will be there to clean things up. But ECG continuing to be calm here. Game 1 I thought was a little shaky. Game 2 has not been that way for ECG. It's been a much stronger performance. One that the Nerd Knights have had a much tougher time handling. Although they do get offense now. But unable to score or convert on those chances. Putting Catgift with yet another heavy clear. The thing they have not done so much this series has been controlling this ball possession. But this team's individual ability really does shine through in a match like this. Where the Nerd Knights just feel like they're outclassed in that rank, and they are. That is the truth. They are outclassed. Came into this league, the Ascendant Cup, as the lowest ranked team. But this season, trying to show up even more. Squubs, Defiance with the clear. Will it be kept away? Game 2 continuing onward here as Demonic tried to help him out. That one pinched all the way down to the back wall. Demonic now kept away by Defiance as Kai whiffed there. ECG again holding their lead here as well. It will be Kai again. Defiance. And it will be to the sidewall, but ECG yet another game win here. 3-0 the scoreline in this game. A lot stronger, a lot better. And again, so far, Game 2 now, another win for ECG and another clean victory at that. 3-0 the scoreline here. This has been a very one-sided series so far. We shouldn't be too surprised by that, but again, it's not looking good for Nerd Knights in particular. Now we're in Game 3, ECG. We're going to take match point earlier. Nerd Knights, again, still have that tactical timeout. Have not chosen to use it in between Game 2 and 3. So, Nerd Knights making the choice known. ECG, they'll have to, see how things are going here as Saturn. Defiance, cleared off Demonic. Nerd Knights trying to going on offense, trying to just get that lead. I've not seen it yet this series, but here's a chance. Saturn will not let them have it, though. And it will continue as Defiance. Food there gets the first for ECG. And they get off to a good lead early. ECG. Well, they have definitely shown up tonight. Early start again. That one, though, does find its way through, but up in the right position now. Gets to a Demonic. Is there anyone back? Spiffy racing. Won't be there. First, Saturn. Bar down and in. And Exploding Cat Gift add a second to their lead. And in Game 3, with them on match point potentially after this game, Nerd Knights really are feeling that pressure. Three minutes, 34 seconds to go. Nerd Knights, oh, they needed a miracle. That might just be it. Demonic catching everybody on the on ECG in that same corner. And ECG and another one in. ECG Squubs passing to Defiance. As things do come in, we are getting an update on our first result tonight. It is Nova Ninjas who have just swept NSG by a forfeit. As another goes in by Squubs. I don't even have time to talk before things start falling into place here. An Exploding Cat Gift. Another goal here as Squubs a little flip reset. Just kind of falls its way through. It wasn't exactly well played, but if it goes in, it goes in. I don't think there'll be too much complaining. Nerd Knights now. Hitting in the corner. Saturn. Ooh, Spiffy will take control. Saturn trying to barrel his way through. Anything to do to get some offense going as now Squubs. Tap down. Defiance waiting. In comes Saturn. ECG. Defiance to the back wall. I will clear it out. Squubs goes upfield. To the back wall is Squubs. To the net is Squubs. 5-1. And ECG continuing to stand tall like giants on the field. They just cannot fall down. They waited a season to get to this point in their run. Now that they're here, They're really making sure that they milk it for everything they got. As for Nerd Knights, in another game that just feels like it's going to be full of disappointment for them. They get a goal, but I think that is not something that they're focusing about anymore. They've conceded 5. Things can only get worse for them, it feels. And with 2 minutes to go, Hope running low here for this low-seeded side in this matchup. As again, by the way, thank you for the raid then, Current. I appreciate that from you. Hopefully all went well. Again, the cash that we had for our match with NSG, who again lost by forfeit in their match to NES Nova Ninjas. As in comes Squubs, Saturn, though, my Spiffy, and Nerd Knights trying to get themselves on offense, but a weak touch, and it just feels like their touches just aren't good enough right now. ECG, a lot more quality. Every touch, really a lot more heavily considered. And for Nerd Knights, again, it just feels like, again, that they are just outranked in this matchup. Vast majority of these teams are GC1, GC2 rank. Nerd Knights are not. They are one of the teams that is in that mid to high champion rank levels, so they definitely don't have a rank advantage here. As, oh dear, what in the world? It's fallen through. ECG have a 6 this game, but that goal was by no means made by Defiant, Spiffy, and Kai with a pinball effort into their own nets. Quite spectacular, if you ask me. An own goal that I guess marks just how badly this series has gotten for Nerd Knights here, as they're gonna get another one against them. It is a Brazil for ECG, 7-1. Nerd Knights panicking. This one, I think they have kind of conceded the fact that they're not going to win this game anymore. But fortunately, because it's a best of 7, they still are in this series. Although I would expect that they are going to be using that tactical timeout. All that, after game 3 here. And with how badly things are going, that's the only real option they have here, is to use that tactical timeout. Give yourself, again, it gives you an extra minute in between games, 2 minutes total, so that's something these teams would love to utilize. As Squubs. High, off the post, just a little wide. Now in goes Defiance. Is this 8? Oh, it's hit the post, though. It's going to go wide of the net. ECG still looking. As Saturn, that one pinched all the way back. Defiance can challenge this. Will do just that. Oh, but a bad touch. Squubs comes in the clear. Keep Nerd Knights away from that net. Nerd Knights have not had the lead yet this series in any of these games. It was unlikely that they're going to have it at any point in this series at this stage of the night. 3 games to 1, exploding cat gif. One away from a 4-0 sweep to start their night. Again, we'll see. Does that tactical timeout get used? Nerd Knights do have it in this. This might as well be the chance to use it. Doesn't look like it. It does not look like they want to call it here, so they've already readied up. They want to go to game 4. Nerd Knights not using their tactical timeout. Again, every team has one per series, so they are not calling it here. Interesting choice from Nerd Knights. I feel like that's a weird choice to make after having lost so badly, but I don't know what this team's talking about. Don't know what they're, in discussions for. So we're going to go to game 4 here. Exploding Cat Gift can win this series in a sweep. And they're already off to a great start. Saturn, 2 seconds in. Off the kickoff. Exploding Cat Gift will make sure that they get themselves those goals. Nerd Knights, again, under a lot of pressure to perform. ECG here so far. Going up, and they're not done. Saturn, unable to convert for a second, but he did really well just to get him on that, defensive challenge on the Nerd Knights. And playing the ground to his advantage, and a little bit of creativity. We haven't seen too much of that for ECG. They haven't really had to be creative. They just used their individual talent to take over. Again, Nerd Knights Gotta find something different. They're not gonna win, obviously, by mechanics. They can, however, win other ways. Is there something they have that they can use here against ECG? I haven't seen it yet from them. They've been, dominated every single game so far. Good opportunity for them to show that they still have the ability to take down teams like ECG. Of course, with the pressure on them. Here in Game 4. Kakif would love to take this series quickly, have the night start off well, as it will be left in front. Defiance doubles the lead. I just think it just feels like things are getting worse and worse here. A minute gone by, 2 goals already in Game 4, putting Kakif marching towards a 4-0 sweep victory in round 1. But from Kai, Saturn, to Defiance. Splitting Kakif, still on this one. Defiance, squabs, blocked by Kai. In comes Saturn, can he take the chance? That's hit the bar, Spiffy! Oh, it's an own goal! That will make it a 3-0 lead, exploding Kakif. There's not much more distressing than that. Well, I don't know what to say here. It's been that kind of series for Nerd Knights. It has not been a good one. A brutal affair as Saturn be waiting under this, but it will be demonic. Off the sidewall, Squabs. Back wall, Kai will send this one out. Saturn now. Spiffy able to make contact. Saturn again. This one. Demonic able to get the block, and the Nerd Knights again with 3 minutes to go. They've got to find a goal every minute from here on out. As they'll wait on the back wall. Again, with them sitting back this far, Splitting Kakif can just take chance after chance, shot after shot against them here. Not too many worries about the repercussions. The Nerd Knights just haven't shown any sort of fierceness on offense. Not really any fierceness at all in this series. I think it's one of the reasons why their offense just hasn't shown up so far. They've been sitting back so much. There hasn't been too much to really be worried of if you're ECG. Nerd Knights sitting back as if they're going to play the counterattack style, and they've been so slow in those transitions. But here's a chance for Kai. Left in front. Saturn doesn't have this one. But a miss on the shot from Demonic. Squabs. Defiance. And a clear away. ECG keep their 3-0 lead. And now Saturn looking to add to it. Demonic with the save. And so far, really know what to say. This has been a rather expected start of these teams. Again, it's a sad truth as well. But that's the position we're in here, is that, is with teams like this and knowing that sometimes matches just aren't going to be that close. As a flick to the back wall, Onyx clears it out. Up goes Saturn. ECG looking at this point just to keep their lead. They don't really have much to be worried about, except losing it, obviously. Given that, again, doesn't feel all too likely, as Spiffy does score one back. A minute to go, a little over a minute left. Nerd Knights still have a chance to come back into this one. Great fake from Spiffy, really does catch Saturn on a high challenge. Of course, a lot left in this one. Has another in. And it is ECG. Back to a 3-0 lead. In this game, it does feel like it is well and truly over. The start to our ATS Ascendant Cup, sponsored by Vanguard Esports Wildcard. It'll be a 4-0 sweep. ECG getting off to such an incredible start this series and this night. Reminder, you've got to win at least 2 matches. You're probably playing, if you're in ECG's position, there's a good chance you could be playing 3 matches this evening. Well, again, these teams really going to be off to a huge battle, but ECG making sure that they are the better team right now. They start off their night as they want to, on their own terms. 33 seconds to go, but I think this result speaks for itself. Again, as the Nerd Knights just have to kind of contend with this, they will be going to that lower bracket. So not the lower bracket, the lower round for round 2. Potential elimination. That's how quick your run can end in the postseason. You lose twice, that's it. You don't have any more options. The run is over, so ECG and Nerd Knights. It's an expected series here. Not too much else to say except not too surprising. ECG, a 4-0 sweep to start off the night. They'll be going to upper round 2. Their night will continue. But for Nerd Knights, going to the lower portion off a 4-0 sweep, they're going to have a very tough round 2 matchup, but to stay alive in this bracket, they need to get a win there. As Kai will hit this to the ground, and the result is confirmed. Exploding Catgift, a 4-0 sweep to start the night. Nerd Knights will go to the lower portion for round 2, but again, as expected, I think for any prediction makers out there, I don't think there was any other result that to be expected in that series. Quick start to our night here. Again, first of 4 matches, so we've got a lot more. We've got a lot more matches, so don't worry too much. We've got more action here. Still pretty much young, still a lot. Still, you know, again, we're still gonna have a lot more matches to go through. But for a sweep, ECG going to the upper portion here. Too crazy to say. Again, the only other result we can confirm is again that 4-0 sweep we had earlier with an Overninja just taking down NSG. So a 4-0 sweep there. Again, good by Vortex, Onyx Vanguard, currently on Atomic Def VI stream. He has that match right now. I believe might be near again that match as well. Will also be an interesting one. And of course, we still have ZekVexol stream. Yukio Sora versus Godfall Gaming. As again, updates for all of you as well. ZekVexol stream right now in Game 3. Godfall Gaming leading 2-1 in the series. That was a match that many did expect to see an upset in. On Yukio Sora coming from that weaker group by many conviction, Group B, which many consider the weakest group this season in the Ascendant Cup. Godfall Gaming themselves, also a team that is known to play pretty well in this kind of postseason situation, so wouldn't be too surprising to see them perform. But again, that's on ZekVexol stream, as Godfall Gaming looking to go to the upper bracket, upper portion of round 2 themselves. In Game 3 right now, leading 2-1 in the series, is Godfall. As for the other side, again, Atomic Def with Onyx 35, Vortex taking on Onyx Vanguard. We'll get you all we'll get you all updates as quick as we can on that. But again, some really important matches happening right now. Again, the Wildcard, Swiss bracket. If you're going to get confirmation, Vortex is leading 3-0 in the series right now. So they're in a very good position to also win in a 3-0 sweep. There's Onyx Vanguard. Another team here that got through because of that 4th seed tiebreaker. For us, again, we're going to be going to a quick break. Obviously, we don't know our next match yet, but when we come back, round 2 of the wildcard will be here. Our match not confirmed just yet, but I think we're going to be in the lower portion for round 2 here. So, a lot of matches soon to come here. Round 2 will be in. Actually the upper portion. So we'll be in the upper round. We're going to be up in upper round 1. So, we'll see who we're going to get soon enough. But for now, Take care. We'll be back very soon with round 2 of the Wildcard. We'll be seeing a team qualify to that final bracket. Welcome back to the ATS Season 3 Ascendant Cup, sponsored by Variety Esports Wildcard. This is round number 2 of the Wildcard, and we're in the upper portion as well. We've got all 8 of our teams back once again. It is, again, an update for you on the results. 125 Vortex did beat 100 Vanguard 4 games to 1. And on your side, an upset. Godfall Gaming taking down Yukio Sora. Our round 2 matches now are set. We are going to be streaming NES Nova Ninjas taking on Godfall Gaming in the upper portion. The other match, Exploding Cat Cave 135 Vortex, will be on ZekVexol stream, ZekVexol. In that lower portion, we've got 2 new casters joining us. Spartan Dragon will be taking Yukio Sora versus Nerd Knights, SPARTANGRAGON_, and Noted will be taking 100x Vanguard versus NSG KNOWTED. So, and a pretty solid lineup here as well, but our match here as well, NES Nova Ninjas versus Godfall Gaming. A lot of people, again, made the right assumption that Godfall would be a team good enough to make it to this part of tonight. They had they took on their match against Yukio Sora. Again, this is a team that is known to be pretty good at finding ways to get upsets. Obviously, tonight, though, a little different. They now have to go against NES Nova Ninjas, who themselves ended up being the 3rd seed out of Group A. Again, the really scary Group A, who this season has been the group that nobody wants to go up against. Again, a group with Team Evil Bananas, Vortex, NES Nova Ninjas. It's a very scary group. Again, knowing that that's what they're up against, it is not an easy team for Godfall Gaming. Their run this season was less than spectacular. A 4-3 record, a 4th-seeded team having to out of their group. I actually made the wrong wrong statement earlier that Vanguard was the other team that got out for the 4th seed tiebreaker. It was actually Godfall who did. And again, the not so spectacular season for them. I was looking to make those adjustments as well. As again, we got a best of 7 series coming up again. A series scoreline resetting. Thank you for the follow and raid Atomic. So much, Atomic. Hopefully your match was fun. Thank you so much for streaming for us. I know you'll be joining us tomorrow as well, part of the Advent Cup. And now moving into round number 2, the best of 7 series once again. And of these teams, one of these 2 will qualify to the championship from this series. NES Nova Ninjas of Nebula Esports taking on Godfall Gaming. Godfall, again, not a new team for us. The last major tournament they played in was the ATS RLSS Champions Cup 2, in which they were able to make it all the way to round 5 against GC1 GT competition. They've now gotten better. Great place for them to kind of be successful. But NES Nova Ninjas themselves, but again, Nebula Esports, a relatively new org. The first time they're in ATS, and this season they really made sure they brought in a scary roster. And if there's anyone to focus on, it will be Gummy Wiggleby. And the player you're looking at right now was an extremely important player for them before. Has been one of the top goal scorers all season long. Their side want to focus a lot on what TJ has been doing as a team captain, really been the leader for Godfall Gaming. How is he going to work around here with TARDIS and Sin? So the ninja is stuck on defense right now. We'll figure this thing out. Obviously, the pace picking up a lot more than what we might be used to here. The Nova Ninjas on offense first. TJ. The reset does get over 1. Well, this space here, a lot of time taking off that clock, still not much there. Neither team able to hit the net just yet. As TJ. Gummy Wigglebean pinching this one all the way back. Again, cleared away. Still no goals yet off the back wall, Godfall Gaming. Definitely closing in again. A team that we should all definitely be recognizing by the end of this wildcard. A team that I think has flown under a lot of people's radar. A team that I really like, at least. I like their chances in this bracket. Although again, against Nova Ninja, this is a very tough match for them. But not undoable. Just gotta be able to find their way through as TJ just missing the net. Sin now will look in the midfield. TARDIS. Ooh, a bad touch there. Gummy Wigglebean, probably the last person you want to give that ball to. But it will be TARDIS, TJ, who gets the save. That demo on TARDIS is Godfall now going the other way. Sin hit very far as Nova Ninjas back on offense, and a great shot there for Gumwee, but not really breaking through. Neither team being all willing to throw themselves even further into offense. Off the sidewall, TARDIS to clear this one away. Now it's going to be a cleared back as by Jolter, who, by the way, that is Jason on NES Nova Ninjas. Going for a little bit of a fun name change tonight, I guess. Where is it? No, sorry, that's Waldo. That is not Jason. Actually, is it? No, it is Jason. I am right. It is Jason. It's not Waldo. It's Jason, who is playing under that username as Nova Ninjas. Again, on defense, it has been a lot of Godfall gaming so far in Game 1. They really come in, and again, it just feels like maybe this playoff position for them is where they just seem to be at their best. The regular season for them was exceptionally weak. Not very good for them, but maybe they just do better when the pressure is on. It is a team that definitely is known to do well in these playoff scenarios. Again, did so in the Champions Cup too. But of course, Nova Ninjas still searching for that first goal of the series. TARDIS. Jester now able to get the touch there. Gummy Wigglebean will clear this on the offense. Now we'll look midfield. Does find Jason, but a shot not on. NES Nova Ninjas need to find something. Maybe this is it. Gumwee hit the post. TJ never jumped for it. And with that hesitation from Godfall, that was all Gummy Wigglebean needed. An elite striker, he'll want that one back. Godfall Gaming saved by the post. This game stays all even. TJ gets past Jester on the first challenge. Now Gummy Wigglebean doesn't have it. TJ again pinched outward as Nebula Esports gonna hold on to that possession. Jason missed it! Sin's gonna score! And with 21 seconds left, Godfall Gaming may take game 1. A miss from Jason. That's all that the Godfall Gaming side needed. And with 20 seconds to go, Nova Ninjas now need a huge resurgence, a huge comeback. With very little time to go. Jason. Sin. Popping this one back. Still Jason. Still Jason. He'll find the back corner. Left in front. Who wants it to go? Saved away. This one still up. Can NES Nova Ninjas find one more? No, they won't. Godfall Gaming take game 1. Nebula Esports facing the pressure. Game 1. What a start at a 1-0 scoreline too. It could not have gotten much closer for both these teams. But it's Godfall Gaming who are continuing to show that they can make upsets. They just thrive in this position. And again, with other matches happening at the same time, people are going to be looking to claim their spot in that championship date a week from now. Nova Ninjas, Godfall Gaming, one of those two, mark their spot. Again, just the start of game 1. Godfall Gaming started off well. Again, had a tense series against Yukio Sora. Went to game 6 in that one, so they definitely are used to playing against tougher opponents. But NES Nova Ninjas may consider them a much tougher team than Yukio Sora. Yeah, Godfall Gaming starting off well, a 1-0 scoreline. I do think, though, that I don't think they're gonna expect that to continue, though. I wouldn't expect that to continue. It's the Nova Ninjas team that, again, will find ways to score. They've got Gummy Wigglebean. He's gonna find ways to score against you. He's done it against every team he's played so far. The Nova Ninja side that definitely ready for this. So, for Godfall Gaming, we need to make sure that they play well under the pressure here as Gummy Wigglebean down midfield. Does Sin have this one? Will do that, and Godfall Gaming now. I look for the clear away as off the sidewall, TJ. Get another touch, but it actually fakes out Jason, and Godfall Gaming will go to offense here. It's a slow, methodical playstyle here for Godfall. I mean, not only are they just not as fast of a team overall, trying to control things, they're trying to keep the ball close. The teams at this level just want to clear that thing. They want to go to offense, get that ball as far away from defense as they can. Often though, that's not going to be how you win in this tournament. It's going to be from ball possession, going to be from teamwork. Nova Ninja has a lot of heavy touches. That seems to be their biggest undoing right now. As Godfall Gaming continues just to keep control. TJ missed on his shot. Sin not able to get there in time. TARDIS forced to go back, but he will get the challenge on Jester. And space here. Sin to the net. Hit high. Gumwee doesn't have it. TJ just missed as well. Sin to take the goal. That one will find the back of the net. And Godfall Gaming once again in the lead. Now in game 2. Left in front, Jason had a piece of it, but it won't be enough. Godfall Gaming with another positive start in their second game here. But Nova Ninja still looking for their first goal of the series. Jester easily kept away as Jason not able to hit. Godfall Gaming just waiting back, but they don't want to play too defensive here. There's a Nova Ninja team that will find ways to score. They may not have done it in game 1, but I wouldn't want to take my chances against trying to beat this team 1-0. That's why Godfall already back on offense. They're just looking to keep possession as Jester. Sin whiffed on it. TJ will keep it to his own back corner. As Nova Ninjas holding control, but they won't get it here. TARDIS to the back wall, looking for the bump on Gumwee Wigglebean, but he could not connect. Godfall Gaming actually aren't retreating here. Sin keeping the offense going. Lack of support. Godfall Gaming will be forced to play defensive, although not for long. Another heavy touch for the Nova Ninjas, again coming against them here. Midfield pass! Sin takes his second of the game. And Godfall Gaming may upset the ATS world. Nova Ninja is part of the what felt to be unstoppable top 3 of Group A. Godfall Gaming proving they've got an extra measure. 3 goals now halfway through game 2. Godfall Gaming, I did not expect this. Reminders for all of you out there who are wondering, this is an underdog story for Godfall Gaming. Get away. 2 minutes to go. Nova Ninja still searching for their first goal of the series. Jester, TARDIS, oh, he might find another one here. Sin! It's 4-0. And Godfall Gaming just find ways to stop scoring. Oh, the scoreline. Oh, what a save! TJ off his own post. Godfall Gaming. I mean, that is impressive. Still keeping the shutouts. Nova Ninjas feels like they're still in the effects of shock. I don't think they can believe what's happening right now. And as it will be cleared away, Jason, Gumwee Wigglebean, missed there. Jester from the back post. Shot is wide. Nova Ninjas waiting back, but it's TARDIS. Gumwee, TJ, still Gumwee Wigglebean. Sin off the sidewall, left in front, looking for number 5. TJ, though, not able to get up fast enough. Godfall Gaming sent back, but the Nova Ninjas, again, still looking for their first goal of the series for a team that I mentioned was going to score sooner rather than later. Not have anything yet. Should be a testament to Godfall Gaming's performance so far. This has been otherworldly of a start here for Godfall Gaming, and it is not by chance. They definitely deserve this. I mean, they're coming in, they're taking goals, they're playing good defense. And it is the Nova Ninjas who, again, just can't seem to compute that this team that nearly didn't make it into this final, to this wild card, might actually be able to go 2-0 today and beat them in it too. Tell me, Wigglebean. For something at the end of this game. Shot open! He'll take it! 15 seconds left of game 2. And finally, NES Nova Ninjas take one. A long battle. They'll finally take a goal at the end of game 2. It won't matter to the overall scoreline too much, but the Ninjas, game 2 will be against them. I'm running low. Jester kept up by TJ and Godfall Gaming. Yet another win. Game 2 is theirs. While it may not be a shutout like game 1, I would consider it even more impressive. Game 2. And so far, I don't know what to say anymore, but yeah, this is impressive. This is unprecedented, to say the very least, from what we're watching here. The Nova Ninjas very well see themselves in... I don't really know what I want to say here, but this night, I can't believe this. I mean, we might be heading down the run here as well. Again, the Nova Ninjas, they do have tactical timeouts. We'll see if they use them. They aren't using it here, though, in game 2, so we're going to go to game 3. No tactical timeouts used just yet tonight on we didn't see any in our first match. At this point for Nova Ninjas, they've got to consider this series. I don't know why they didn't use it, but well, obviously they've got some sort of confidence. Maybe they can turn things around for themselves. Head into game 4 or game 3. Apologies. Nova Ninjas eventually get swept here. Go to round 3 would be quite the surprise, to say the very least. It would definitely surprise me, but it definitely wouldn't be, I would say, it would be probably one of the wildest things I've seen this season. I'm just trying to consider how crazy this is compared to other matches we've seen this season. I mean, we've seen a lot of surprising matchups, but even then, we see surprising matchups, you can generally kind of see a line of how it happened and why it happened, and you know, and beforehand even expect that it might happen. This is unexpected to me right now, that Godfall Gaming could get off to such a good start. Now it's all about being able to continue that here against the Nova Ninjas. As Jason punches way through, TJ waiting back. Jester, a chance to take the lead! He's hit top left! And Nebula Esports, their first lead of the series, were able to score their first goal last game. Now they score a second in a row. And they'll take the lead early in game 3. They needed that desperately. Maybe that's just the start of the turnaround for the Nova Ninjas. We'll see if it does come true as Gummy Wigglebean. DJ. First touch, just pops it high. Not able to get much there on Jason, but it will be cleared back. And yes, Nova Ninjas in the ball on offense now. Tardis bumped, but not giving up here. Will try to find Sin. Pass goes nowhere. Gummy Wigglebean will take a chance. And Godfall Gaming had a pretty stellar defensive performance so far tonight. And they keep that going. That shot's gonna be tough to deal with. TJ can't get there. And it's the reason why Gummy Wigglebean has definitely been an MVP nominated player for the past couple of weeks. And when you do that, when you show up like that, the Nova Ninjas will be happy to keep him going. Continue to feed him here, but Godfall made an answer. Off the kickoff, went for a fake kickoff. It worked in their favor. But no shot on the end of that play. Nova Ninja's now at a 2-0 lead. It is now Godfall Gaming's place to have to fight from behind. As a whiff there, they'll take one. Yester couldn't read it off the back wall. Godfall Gaming have brought a goal back into this one. Now only one more goal needed to get themselves continue on the move here to tie this game up. Godfall, quick to make it happen. 1, 2, 3. That shot from Sin needed to be better. Godfall still have more. TARDIS cleared away by Jester. Jason in a perfect transition for the Nova Ninjas. That was lightning fast too. Saw Godfall Gaming look for the passes. The Nova Ninjas brought one right back at him. And again, perfect connection. There was no chance Godfall Gaming could catch up to that one. Now Godfall Gaming once again down by 2 this game. The Nova Ninjas could bring this series back. We know it's possible. It's a best of 7. There's still a lot of games left to go here. If Nova Ninjas can buy them. As oh, what a shot! Gumwee Wigglebean with a second. Again, that's what makes him so scary. He does this often. This is not new for Gumwee Wigglebean. He just finds ways to score where you really don't think he can do it. Again, he finds ways to make the big plays happen. As Godfall Gaming look to jump back into this one, NES Nova Ninjas gonna keep the offense going. 3 goals up, but they've all overcommitted here. Maybe Godfall can take something back. TJ. Let's get the 50. TARDIS unable to get the shot off though in time. Godfall still going as Sin. Jester whiffed under it. It's gonna be a second for Godfall. It is Sin's second as well. Godfall still not out of this one. They need 2 goals. Not an easy thing to do, but they've got to put themselves in that position. There's TJ off the sidewall. Jester. Tommy Wigglebean will go to the back here, and TJ not able to get contact. Very fortunately for him, kept away here as Godfall Gaming still on the offensive. Sin. Challenge from Jason. The Nova Ninjas still not done. They get lead by 2, but they want to really make sure that this is not just a game that they can win, but a message as well for Godfall. But the message might be that Godfall's not out of this one because TJ's taking another one. And now it's only a 1-goal difference. I don't know if that shot was going wide. I don't think it was. Godfall Gaming have 82 seconds to take 1 more goal and at least force overtime. Oh, but it's a mistake! What a save! TARDIS gets back! Godfall Gaming survive. How can they get that ball out? Another save, this one from TJ. And now he'll clear it down the field. Godfall Gaming, quick on the offense, midfield pass. Gummy Wigglebean there to recover, but TARDIS recovers under this one. But didn't recover fast enough. Jester will win the challenge. Now he goes against TJ. Jason. Gummy Wigglebean following him up. No shot at the end of this play though, and Nova Ninjas caught jumping over each other. And as this ball continues just to rest in front, and Godfall Gaming take one last chance to take game 3, at least tie it up. TJ. Jester. A very light touch. TARDIS will take this one. Jason on the top of it as here goes TJ. Put away by Gummy Wigglebean. TARDIS now to the corner. Doesn't read it. Jester is there for it as TARDIS whiffed under this one. TJ in space. Still TJ. Going is TJ. Saving the line. Nova Ninjas double commit for this one. And it will be Jason to clear it away. Godfall Gaming need to keep this alive. It goes off their own back wall and down to the floor. The Nebula Esports side take a game back. And this series now guaranteed to at least go to Game 5. Oh, calling that tactical timeout from Nova Ninjas turned out to be a pretty smart decision from them. I didn't realize it back then, but that goal they scored at the end of Game 2 really did matter for them as a lot here, because that's kind of been the catalyst to start this game off as well. So far, well, I don't know what to say except just that's impressive. Now again, a guaranteed at least a Game 5 here, but we do go to Game number 4. Godfall Gaming can still take match point with the way that they played at the end of Game 3. You definitely see them get off to an early start here if Nova Ninjas aren't playing carefully enough. Godfall Gaming already looking to get goals early, have the offense now, but not really going to use it all that easily so far. But here goes Sin. Back wall. Sin on target. No, it's off the post. Still resting in front. That could have taken the whole house down if Sin scored that second touch. Honestly, knowing Sin and his abilities, I would have put it against him if he were able to to score that one. Definitely a player who's capable of doing it, but shot goes wide. Godfall Gaming will have to find maybe a bit more of a high percentage play to score on, but at least at the start, that's a good chance to start this game off of with, as I said again, Godfall Gaming, after how well they ended Game 3. Even though they lost that game, they're coming in with a lot of momentum. And who knows, maybe just like how Nova Ninja scored late and played late in Game 2, was able to start Game 3 for them, maybe we see that Game 3 to Game 4 with Godfall. Jason. DJ. Good first touch there. Will only force Gumwee Wiggleby to go back, but a bit of an overcommit here for Godfall. Gumwee has this one, and from that range, he's not missing. Left it right up there. Jason didn't want to take the shot himself. Left it for Gumwee. He knows that this guy's got strong accuracy, and the Nova Ninjas, although it may be a bit one-dimensional just to have Gumwee take the shots, it works. They're not going to complain all that much if it works. Nova Ninjas now gonna keep that lead going, maybe even pile more onto it as TJ able to prevent that. Any chance from Jason. Now Jason's gone the wrong direction. TJ right after him here as well will look midfield. The pitch goes just about nowhere, but Godfall still have this one. TARDIS able to get the shot off in time. Everybody up for Godfall Gaming as TJ go for a fake there. I don't think he recognized Gummy Wigglebean was already waiting for that. And Godfall Gaming really do need to find a goal. Like last game, you don't really want to go down by that many goals. It's very tough to come back. They can do it, but probably not the kind of position you really want to be in, especially at this point in your series for Godfall Gaming. This is a game that can tie the series up. They're having such a good start. Godfall really don't want to be that team. As Jester. Sin. That lob just going to be kept away by Jason. Off to the corner now. TJ does get the save on Jester, and a demo coming through. Nova Ninjas with a man advantage, but it won't work to their favor. Godfall Gaming already have recovered. Off the corner. It's there. Jester now. Wide of the net. Great play from TJ to recognize that it was such a not challenge here, but the Nova Ninjas again just waiting for those openings, waiting for those chances. All you need is one to take that goal. That's why Godfall Gaming is going to send this one away. Hope that they can get some possession off of this, but they may actually be the ones in trouble here. It's fallen through. It's another goal for Gummy Wigglebean. As Godfall Gaming all pushed up high there. Really expecting the shot from Gummy to be a lot more powerful. They were not ready for the fake play. And the Nova Ninjas now a 2-0 lead. May be able to tie this series up. As Jester looking to make it free. Will do just that off the kickoff. And the Nova Ninjas continuing that scoring. They just needed one goal to get themselves going. Well, sure, they may take them a while. We're going to go back to an even series if they keep it up like this. And essentially a best of 3 for the rest of these games. As Godfall Gaming has something to say about it. TJ definitely does. I don't know if that was his final plan there, but it finds its way to the net as he's able to just dunk out Jason. A minute 7 seconds to go. Godfall Gaming looking for yet another incredible comeback if they can make it happen. In last game, only 1 goal away from doing that. We're at this very same position where they were 3 goals down, came back to within 1. Do that again here. TARDIS always missed the net there. It will be sent by Jason. TJ. Cody back for the block. Now TARDIS. Off the corner. Jason doesn't have this one. TARDIS goes airborne. TARDIS. Pass 1. Jester with the block. Sin now leaving it midfield. TJ. Going for the flip reset. I don't know why he went for that play with all that space. Could have just shot that one. Godfall still go, though. Jason will just keep the ball in his possession. Challenged by TJ. But it won't go very far. Nova Ninjas. Find that time. TJ. TARDIS. Big stop. Gummy Wigglebean, who's been, again, probably the fastest player out here. Just to get in the way of players, make things happen. Godfall Gaming look petrified whenever Gummy Wigglebean's going for it. He's been that solid of a player all season long. He's been that good of a player so far this series. There's a reason why I've mentioned it. You should be watching him for the match tonight, because Humbly is a player that will absolutely tear apart teams by himself. Probably one of the major reasons why this team has been so successful this season, and why they are successful right now in Game 4 and from Game 3. This series now even at 2 games each. And Jester gets 1 more. It won't make a difference, but that's the end of Game 4. The series is all even. And we keep on going. Nova Ninjas evening the series up. We go to game number 5, where the pressure continues onward. Nova Ninjas now a chance to take match point after, again, losing the first 2 games of the series. That's happening as well. We do have updates as well from other matches. Actually, both our lower matches have concluded. Yu-Gi-Oh! Sora and Hunter's Vanguard winning those matches. So, Nerdites and SG have been eliminated from the competition. Yu-Gi-Oh! Sora, Hunter's Vanguard will be going to round 3. We'll be seeing at least one of those 2 teams in the round 3 match that we have on stream. We continue now. Game number 5. Get a match point for one of these 2 teams. I know it's a bit of a cliche, the pressure's on though. These teams need to perform. This is where you gotta do it. With match point. Matches like these, this is where you really gotta show just how much this game is worth. For you and, for these teams at least. Questions are very much there for them. For the Ninjas, again, 2 straight wins. Gotta be feeling pretty good getting into this game. Jester leaving it down here. Nova Ninja stuck on defense, however. Gummy Wigglebean. Clear it away. Off the sidewall. Sin. TJ to the corner. Still TJ, but doesn't get the second touch. It will be Jason to clear, but Nova Ninjas right now pressed on the goal line, but they will clear it out. Here goes Jason, looking for Jester across the net. Actually had a great pass too, but I don't think Jester was actually ready for that. I don't think he expected that play. Now they gotta go to defense. TJ, one-on-one, fake under. Jason read it. TARDIS now. That one, rolling. Saved by Gumby Wigglebean. And the pressure continues as Jester redirects. That's found the net. And the Nova Ninjas from a back and forth affair. Great performance. While that's happening again, we're getting an update from the last match as well, streamed by ZekVexol. Next 35 Vortex leading 2-1 in their series against the Exploding Cat Gift. Very real chance we might have both the Group A teams playing in this wildcard. Two of the Group A teams, the two top Group A teams in this wildcard bracket, playing against each other. It just shows just how scary Group A has been this season. And even in the wildcard, those teams are proving they deserve their spots up there in that 4th position. For now, a lot of battling so far as Gumby Wigglebean, Sin, Jester now. Sin again, Godfall though, hitting this midfield. That's a lot of danger they're putting themselves under. But it hasn't come back to bite them just yet. The Ninjas have not scored a second goal. Now they look for it. TJ with the block. Godfall Gaming with that transition. TJ in the offense started, but again, not getting that far, and it feels like the goals have reversed in this series. They started off with Godfall Gaming with an astounding start. The goals preventing their opponents from scoring. Now it's the other way around. The Nova Ninjas have controlled the midfield and have played a lot faster than Godfall Gaming. That Godfall Gaming themselves now struggling to find their opponent's net. As TARDIS, he's not getting a great touch there. He will still keep it, but got a lot of work to do. Does get around Gumby Wigglebean though. Low boost. Jason. Well, it was a bad decision there from TARDIS. Went for the boost there. He's going to regret that one as he goes back to defense. Godfall Gaming do not have control just yet. Now TJ. Mason unable to get that play against him here. Gumby Wigglebean challenged but not beat. And now an open net. Surely this goes in. It will. An air demo in the backfield. It was Jester got that one on TARDIS, and it left a wide open net for Gumby Wigglebean. That's where the Nova Ninjas can capitalize. A second goal. Game 5. Looking like it will be theirs, and looking like this series could go the way of Nova Ninjas with 4 straight wins in these last 4 games. So far, Godfall Gaming have not been able to really shut down the Nova Ninjas. As Jason. A great touch there. It will be TARDIS. Sin. Awkward off the back wall, but Nova Ninjas just waiting. Playing for time here as Sin. One taps up. Jester. The TARDIS and TARDIS only as Godfall Gaming continues to press upfield, but the Nova Ninjas keeping them well back. But maybe not forever, because here's a chance for Sin. Godfall Gaming get at least something this game. TARDIS to the back wall. Jester doesn't let him have it. And in most games so far, we've seen Godfall Gaming at least get 1 goal late, if not more. One may not even see them get on the board. As the Nova Ninjas just hit a new gear here. As this one, is that on? It wasn't, it's just rolled off the post. Godfall Gaming were mere inches away from a goal in this game. Now they'll go again, but the shot from Sin not on target. Godfall Gaming really do need the score here. Again, the shots just aren't coming for them. TJ now. That's at the 50 on Gumby Wigglebean. TARDIS wide open. Tap down. What a save. Gumby gets back in time. The Nova Ninjas forcing Godfall Gaming to backtrack. From 2 games down, now 1 game up. Match point Villanova Ninjas of Nebula Esports. One game away from securing a spot in that championship bracket, and immediately the timeout is called. Godfall Gaming. And that is gonna mean a tactical timeout used here. That again means now that 2 minutes now can be given in between games here, so not a surprising call for Godfall after having such a good start this series. We're hoping just to be able to bring it back at least once, but we've just not been able to find that. And we're also getting a call for Godfall Gaming also going to be making a sub change here, so out goes TARDIS. See who comes in. It might be, very likely, it could be Daniel who shows up. We've seen Daniel before in the series that they played against Vanguard. Daniel's actually a pretty solid player, so would be a sub that wouldn't be too crazy for how Godfall Gaming is having to deal with this series. But again, they do have 1 extra minute. See how they use it here as, again, moving into Game 6 right after this. But again, timeout called. Godfall Gaming, again, do have what this is their one timeout this series, all the way off to Game 6. So again, Nova Ninjas have one as well. They could have used it, but obviously not choosing to. As Fire Panda is getting subbed in. Godfall Gaming subbing in Fire Panda, actually, not Daniel, as I thought it would be. Again, they are making a little roster change while we do wait. Timeout to clear out. Again, Godfall Gaming going to be using this extra time to talk things out. Again, expect to see a good amount of these on the championship date as well. Because they are going to be there as well, but there's going to be a lot of them used. These teams do have that ability to use them. They get one per series, so definitely a good idea to use them when you can. As moving towards the end of that timeout, reminder, those Nova Ninjas, they can go and guarantee that spot for the championship here. Again, that's the end of the timeout here. 2 minutes given to Godfall Gaming. They better hope they've used it well here to talk things out. So here we go. Again, a sub change as well. Adding in Fire Panda. And Godfall Gaming turn this series around. Force Game 7. A tactical timeout's been used. Our first of the night. Does Godfall Gaming find a way to bring this back? Oftentimes we see teams, almost every single time a team uses a tactical timeout, at the very least, the next game they play better than they have before. Obviously for Godfall, playing better is not what they're looking for. They're looking to win at this point. There's definitely a lot of work in front of them, but this is a game they've got to win. They can force Game 7 here. They put Nova Ninjas on the back foot. Of course, for Nova Ninjas, they can win the series here. Send Godfall Gaming to round 3. Send themselves to that 4th seed tiebreaker match. And play the winner of 135 Vortex and Exploding Cat Gift. Again, that is on ZekVexol stream. Definitely. For both these teams as well, they've guaranteed at the very least, they'll actually have 3 chances to make that main event. Reminder, if you lose in round 3, because of the way that this format is set up, there is an 8th seed tiebreaker match. Although obviously you don't really want to go down to that point, as that shot gonna fall in for Jester. It's a good shot on the hook as well. Godfall Gaming never challenged him. Back on his space. Expect goals to go in. As the back wall, oh, a miss there. It's gonna be Sin. It's gonna be a tied game. The Nova Ninjas right now, who started off so well. That's just a big whiff off the back wall. And a big mistake at that. (1-1), the tied scoreline. As Fire Panda saved away by Jason. Godfall Gaming have gotten themselves back into this, and now they've got the lead. TJ finishes this one off. Godfall Gaming take the lead. And the Nova Ninjas now feeling that pressure. As now in front, another for TJ. The goals keep coming. And Godfall Gaming, that tactical timeout may have been the perfect thing, what they needed for now. Game 6 has turned to their own. And who knows, this might be our first time going to Champions Field this offseason. The Nova Ninjas still looking to attack, but this cleared away. TJ, sidewall, Sin will help him out. Don't we Wiggle Bean able to send that one across the field. Now goes Jason. Back wall in front, Jester there, but TJ with the save. Godfall Gaming not looking to have the Nova Ninjas take any chances on coming back. But of course, easier said than done, as this Nova Ninjas team gotta be feeling quite enraged at this point. We've conceded 3 times, giving up the lead to Godfall Gaming in the process. Half the game to go. Nova Ninjas have a hard job to do here, as Sin will be Jason to keep control. Now a flick. Gonna make some offense going. Trying to get the bump on TJ there, but doesn't connect. Gummy Wiggleby still has this. Whiff from Fire Panda. Jester never committed. I'm just gonna give space for Godfall Gaming to clear this all over again and waste even more time that the Nova Ninjas need to use. As TJ, back wall. Wiggleby not letting them have that one for free. As this continues onward. We're getting the report, 135 Vortex have beaten Exploding Cat Gear 4-1, so the winner of this series will be taking on 135 Vortex in the 4th seed tiebreaker match. Of course, the Nova Ninjas could be that team if they can win this game. But that has not looked easy for them, and Godfall is continuing to make life tough. TJ finding the net. Godfall Gaming, again, I mentioned at the start of the series, could do what seemed to be impossible. But of course, can't be impossible. It's very much a reality at times. Godfall Gaming, and they've proven to us before already that they can make they can do some pretty incredible upsets in a format like this. They've been given the chance again. They've done it again here, as the Ninjas are gonna have a very tough time coming back from 4 goals down. With only a minute to go. They might have a better chance consolidating for game 7. Thank you for the raid there, Tommy Buckets. How you doing? You're doing well. Join in time for the ATS Season 3 Ascendant Cup, sponsored by Variety Esports. Godfall Gaming looking to make quite the upset here against NES Nova Ninjas. So far, well, they used their tactical timeout right before this game. It has obviously paid off in their favor. Now things are moving. They're going to have to win one more, but the momentum is on their side. We're guaranteed game 7 here. Our first time going to Champions Field tonight in this postseason. Godfall Gaming, who will take us there off an incredible ball there with the tactical timeout. It has worked beautifully for them. We have one more game to go to. Champions Field. Now the question is, do the Nova Ninjas use that tactical timeout? They have it. This is their last time to use it. But there's a lot of teams out there that won't use it in this position. And it's really on how confident they're feeling. A lot of this is really a mental thing. They decide to use it, obviously they can, but a lot of teams decide not to going into a game like this. I think they are not going to use it. I think they're going to go straight to game 7. No time wasted. Nova Ninjas would like to go straight to game 7. For Godfall Gaming again, called the tactical timeout and it worked perfectly in their favor. And thank you for the ZekVexol. Hopefully your matches tonight were amazing. I'm happy that you had some banger matches. We got a banger here as well. Game 7. Champions Field. The winner of this game will guarantee themselves a spot in that final bracket. Godfall Gaming, can the underdogs find a way to do it? They'll took down Yukio Sora to get to this point. That match some people had as an upset. I don't think anybody saw this coming, though. And it's Godfall Gaming forcing this series to go to Game 7 against NES Nova Ninjas. But here's their opportunity to shake the ATS world. TJ looking. Fire Panda unable to find the net. Chances are there. Don't expect any of these teams to give up very easily. TJ. Sin. Looking to the back wall. Oh, he's left it! Oh, it's a miss! Wide open net for Fire Panda. TJ now, unable to get the second touch. Godfall Gaming had that one. It was wide open. Jason left the net. That needs to go in. There's no excuses for it. Godfall Gaming should be up 1-0. Yet the scoreline doesn't lie. It's 0-0. We're still tied. DJ now, another chance. No one back. This time it will go in, and there's no doubt about it. Godfall Gaming hit their mark at last. No Ninjas made the gutsy call to not call the tactical timeout before this game. And as these teams keep working, the Nova Ninjas, and they just find those openings. TJ steps up high, gets the flick past Jester. Fire Panda beats them both. In goes Sin. 2-0 Godfall Gaming. And they just can't stop. It may have been 3 games straight that they lost, but all they need is this Game 7. Godfall Gaming on the cusp of one of the most surprising upsets of the season. Sin. Jester off the back wall. TJ flicked high by Jester. Now Fire Panda will be able to recover. 3 minutes to go here. The Nova Ninjas need to start working soon. I don't think it has to do anything with how fast they can score. We know they can score. The question really is, how much time do they need to do it? That one off the post. Jason. Oh, it's gonna fall in. Nova Ninjas take one back. Better with Gummy Wigglebean, who just couldn't find the net. Jason making sure it hit the other post as well. Sin jumping in, accidentally hits it in his own goal. Nova Ninjas, the goal back. Now Sin again. Godfall Gaming leading by 1 at this point, and they hold that lead. Sin doesn't make the touch there. TJ able to get back to it. Sin. They got a cross. Nova Ninja still have this one, but time running low. Can Jason take it? TJ with the shutdown. Godfall Gaming with the advance. Sidewall it goes. Awkward bounce, but great job from Jester to read it. Only 2 minutes to go, but the Nova Ninjas closing in on Godfall Gaming. Godfall may have won the first half. Can Nova Ninjas take the second? Sin. Looking midfield. Fire Panda was waiting there. Great job from Jason to make sure that one wasn't going to be anything worse. As now Sin goes again. Jester not able to get a good touch. Jason saving his team from detriment. But the pressure is on. 100 seconds and counting. The Nova Ninjas better start working fast. 1 goal away One good chance is all they need. Can this be it? Gumwee, save, Jason, tie game. Double commit from Godfall. And the only thing falling in front was the players of the blue, tied up 2 each. Game 7, what a thrill it's been so far. Gonna Nova Ninjas complete the comeback. Gumwee Wigglebean. He's been very quiet so far this game. Been, I think, quiet for everybody. Godfall Gaming again started off this game. They'd love to be the ones to end it too. But NES Nova Ninjas, they won it! And they'll have their chance. Jester slides it under the last defender. And the world of Godfall Gaming is crumbling as we speak. NES Nova Ninjas looking to plant themselves on top. One goal up, a minute to go. And now Godfall Gaming need to find an answer. Minimal time as well. They've got to find offense. They haven't been playing too much of that so far by the end of this game. Now they've got to turn things around for themselves. Fire Panda. He's going to be looking for TJ here. He's been scary. He was scary in Game 6, but he won't be here for that. Sin now. Jason waiting. Fire Panda leaving it for TJ. Godfall Gaming just waiting in front of the net, but the shot still not materializing. TJ. Sin chasing this down, looking to get a start on offense. Godfall, though, just can't seem to find it. TJ, sidewall, no second touch. The Nova Ninjas keep that ball away. 10 seconds left. 1 goal up for the Nova Ninjas. Godfall Gaming need one more chance, and this is it. In front, Gumwee Wigglebean dunks. It's over. The Nova Ninjas will be seeing them on the championship date. And it went to Game 7. It went to Champions Field, but the Nova Ninjas, with a huge comeback late, have fought back to take the series. They'll be going up against 135 Vortex in the 4th seed tiebreaker. What a performance so far. What a tiebreaker match. What a showing. Again, I don't know what to say anymore, but it has been a wild, wild turn of events. It is all over at this point. Into our 4th seed tiebreaker. So we're going to be seeing Godfall Gaming. They're going to have to go play in round 3. But for us here, a Game 7 series, that could not have ended any more exciting. But it's a Game 7 victory for the Nova Ninjas. So for them, they've guaranteed they'll be on the championship date. But they do have one more match against 135 Vortex for potential to be in the upper portion of that bracket. For us, though, it's Explain Cat Gavukos, Sora, Godfall Gaming House, Vanguard. We'll be taking, I think, the first of those 2 matches. Nope, we'll be taking the second. We'll be seeing Godfall Gaming continue as they take on 135 Vanguard. So, and this night has been insane so far. Godfall Gaming taking on 100x Vanguard in round 3. Again, another spot to go to the championship date. We'll be back after this quick break. Welcome back to the ATS Season 3 Ascendant Cup, sponsored by Variety Esports. I'm Sporty FC. Joining me now is ZekVexol, and we've got round 3 on this stream. So it's back, it's been exciting. I know you got to see this as well, ZekVexol, but Nova Ninjas and Vortex will be playing that 4th seed tiebreaker match on Noted stream, KNOWETED. Of course, we've got Godfall Gaming Vanguard. We'll talk about that soon. But the other match happening right now on Spartan Dragon's stream, SPARTANDRAGON_ is Exploding Cat GIF Yukio Sora. So we've got quite a fun matchup here. Round 3 of the Swiss bracket. Here, ZekVexol, and for both these teams, this is a chance. Another chance for Godfall Gaming, the first of the night for Vanguard to get into that top 8 in the championship date.
Yeah, I'm really excited, looking forward towards these two teams. I mean, Godfall Gaming, I had them back in round number 1, watched these guys. Not my first time with this crew. I've seen them time and time again. I had the luxury of casting them across multiple leagues on my own channels and in different areas. Just a great group of people who just very friendly and very just out there. So seeing them walk away with the victory and back in round number 1 was super exciting. And, you know, to go off here now against 100x Vanguard, who has been kind of a little bit back and forth so far tonight. You know, I had the luxury of seeing 100x35, their opponent from round number 1, back in the previous round, and I could tell that 100x35 just came out swinging. Okay, this team was really just putting in the work. They a little bit slow back in the first game, but immediately after that was just bam, goal, back to back, putting up 6 at a time. It was quite insane. I can see what happened back in round number 1, so I'm looking forward to see what happens here. A little bit of redemption for Godfall from the previous round, and 100x Vanguard maybe getting warmed up.
As you said, again, Vanguard, although you say warmed up, they haven't done anything to warm up. They had a forfeit win in round 2, so they've been waiting for this match. They had a forfeit in round 2, so they've been waiting a while. They had their forfeit against NSG, so they've been waiting. They now get to play against Godfall Gaming. I think this is a tough match for them. Which I think even scary is the fact that, again, reminder, these teams technically aren't out of it. If you lose, there is still that 8th seed tiebreaker matchup, but if you're Vanguard, I don't think you really want to go to that 8th seed matchup. That's a pretty scary match because you're playing against the loser of Exploding Cat GIF and Yukio Sora, and I wouldn't have Vanguard beating either of those teams, so it's not an easy place for Vanguard to be, but reminder, we will be streaming that match later tonight. For us, though, it's Godfall against Vanguard. Godfall, I think, coming in as the favorites, just from how they played tonight. They have been a top-tier team. If they can take the Nova Ninjas to Game 7, I don't know how Vanguard's going to be able to stop them.
You know, they really just kind of come in this very collective manner. When I was watching them back in round number 1, things were a little bit rocky from time to time, but you know, you start to see this Godfall roster really just pull together and play as kind of like a unit. Okay, their rotations just start getting on point. They're moving together, they're setting each other up, and something about it like just kind of clicks in their heads. And I really love seeing that kind of clicking mentality for a team to just, you know, bounce off of one another, and all of a sudden they're executing plays left and right so flawlessly, seamlessly. It looks good, it feels good, it's great as a spectator, and I'm sure it's great as a viewer to watch as well.
Well, we get to see them here again. We saw them lose in round 2 just in Game 7. If they'd taken that Game 7, they wouldn't be here. Unfortunately, they are. But they go up against the 100x Vanguard, a team that I think many would have considered them being able to beat. Both of these teams, though, coming into this match, came into this wildcard as a 4th seed out of their group. Did it based on tiebreakers. Now they're playing in round number 3. Godfall Gaming on the blue, 100x Vanguard on the orange. The last 135 team still playing for that spot in the Ascendant Cup Tournament Championship. But Godfall Gaming looking to ruin their night and make sure that theirs ends a little bit better with a huge, huge victory.
Take a look at already the immediate pressure we're seeing coming in from Godfall Gaming, just making sure that 100x is just feeling that kind of like, hey, you need to play defense against us. We will looking for striking opportunities. Within 15 seconds already, you see coming from Town, just TJ looking for a shot on goal. If you're not paying attention, if you're missing out, you're stepped out of position for even half a second, this roster will take advantage of that. They're already showing that here in game number 1.
Thanks, Vanguard, though, looking for some offense early, and if there's anyone that has been scary this season, someone that I think could be a real glass cannon at times, it would be Peak Legend. He's been here before on a couple different rosters that have so far not been all that successful. He's one of those players who's individually so talented, he can really lead a team, but the only issue I have with Vanguard is just overall as a roster, It's a roster of 3 really talented players, but not a roster of a really talented team. That's the issue for Vanguard. They've got really good players. They don't have that teamwork. Godfall Gaming have that teamwork, and TARDIS is getting things started. The first goal of the series, and again, reminder, whoever can win this match will guarantee themselves a spot in the championship.
Great shot right there. Little over a minute in, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm pretty sure TARDIS is not one of the starting members of the 3 for Godfall. I could be very much wrong about that. He came in about halfway through in our previous set when I did see them back in round number 1. And who was there? Oh man, this is slipping my head now. I hate this. Roster names, man.
Well, Godfall only took on Yukio Sora, if that helps you.
There. Okay.
Don't worry about that. Yukio Sora is also playing in round 3 at this point. Just Flo now looking for an answer. It's not for PJ TARDIS. We'll get very far as Shizo with the block. Next Vanguard keep the offense going, but Godfall doing well to stay upfield. TARDIS, Peak Legend now. Sin, not a very good recovery there. Quite an ugly recovery, but he gets the ball away. And again for Vanguard, you can see that team bump there. And that's again been the issue for them this season. We've seen Vanguard, I think, play Godfall already this season. I got to see them play Godfall in the last match of the regular season. They played each other, and it was, I believe, a match that Godfall Gaming was able to win. But Vanguard have an answer, and just a beautiful shot. And this is what I mean by Peak Legend. When he does stuff like this, that's a reason to get confident for this team.
He's able to sit there and find the proper positioning for the ball right off the corner in a position where nobody's going to be able to really contest it. I mean, even just normal soccer, getting that corner shot is such a great feeling. And to be able to do it with a car, you know, in this kind of gameplay, he taps it right off the corner of the post and then is able to find his own rebound. That's good ball control. That's good vehicle control right there. We're a little bit over halfway through. Everything's all tied up, and I think these two teams are showing us that they are going to go the mile right now in this series.
Blow, looking for Shizo. You know, up for this one. Sin can't get there, but it's hit the back post. Onyx Vanguard nearly taking the lead right back there as TARDIS now. TJ to the back wall. Shizo able to prevent a follow-up from Sin, but Godfall still searching. Sin to the back, to the side wall. Shizo, free chance on net. This one hit the post as well. Godfall Gaming could be taking that woodwork because it has saved them more than once at this point. Onyx Vanguard have just not been accurate enough. They've been trying for those really tough shots, and they've been hitting them too, but they just need to do a little bit better, and the lead could very well be theirs.
Ball down in Godfall territory, in Godfall control. All 3 members kind of chilling around, trying to recollect themselves. I really like this because it makes you show that, you know, they're thinking this through. They're not just throwing themselves at the ball and trying to hope for the best, you know. They're trying to collectively say, okay, let's regroup. Let's make sure we're getting our proper rotations right here. And to be able to do this in the middle of the game, I think is a big thing. It's like, okay, you can do it between games, you can do it between sets, but just make those kind of audible calls in game. I think that's really what sets players apart. We're getting down to the 60-second mark, and, you know, while it feels like this is a very, I don't want to say a non-lack of control position for Godfall, they're not really doing anything right now. You know, there's this 3-man rotating defense for them. I feel like they're just kind of sitting in a position right now where they're like, okay, you know, if we get this down 2-0, if we get this into overtime, we can probably take advantage of 100x Vanguard then and there.
Yeah, I feel like the same thing as well. Against the Ninjas, the defense for Godfall was what impressed me. They played so well, sitting back like this to keep you know, the Nova Ninjas from scoring. The problem is this Vanguard team, you've got to have an offense to beat this team. This is not a team that's exactly known to have a very strong defense. So the Godfall game, I'm surprised they aren't playing more aggressively because against a team like Vanguard, the defense of Vanguard has been their weakness this season. And it's saying that Godfall Gaming, if they are just willing to play a little bit more aggressive, can really exploit.
It's long gone. Let's get them down into these difficult scenarios. We know we have a strong defense. Let's wear them down, and then we'll go in for the strike when they're at their weakest. Demo after demo. Diesel ends up knocking one down. Time ticks down, and it's overtime in game number 1 of our 3rd round. It is going to be a long and exciting one. TARDIS goes for the shot right off the kickoff. Unfortunately, just off the mark, is able to hit that one off the right post. Ball now flying down to Godfall territory. Peak Legend in control. Taps it on up, but unfortunately nobody's on the receiving end. Flo picks it on up, sends it right back down into the Godfall corner. A little bit of a scuffle back and forth, and it looks like Sinnoh's able to clear this one away.
Great job from Sin as well, and for Godfall Gaming, not the first time they've been in an OT. We saw them have to take one, I believe take one against NES Nova Ninjas, so this team knows, but just like how they did against the Nova Ninjas, they know how important this first game is. That first game allowed them to stay competitive for the entirety of that series, and against a team like Vanguard, this is really where Godfall Gaming need to find that control, need to find that aggression, need to find those chances. They need to find the net too, as Sin, second touch, flows, whiffed it! TJ, it's over! It's in! Godfall Gaming take the overtime!
That's what I was talking about. If you sit there and give this team an opportunity, take a look at that. Was it a whiff? Was it a fake? I don't know. Maybe it was just hoping for the best, but you left an opening for Godfall. You left an opening for TJ. The strike came in, and that is game number 1 in their pockets. Just a really great showing from these two teams already. I really love the aggression coming out from them because in no way was this a one-sided game. It felt like what we were talking about. Godfall's kind of playing a little bit of this long con, okay? Let's work them with our defense. Let's get them down into this stressful situation that overtime is. And then let's then go and pound it right at them. Let's freaking utilize that kind of situation to our advantage.
Of course I muted myself. Right after the end of that game. Yeah. Of course I muted myself. Well, again, as you mentioned as well, so far, what a performance. What a showing so far from these teams. As we're quickly going to make sure we get them in for game number 2. So, again, so far, Godfall Gaming taking the overtime. It was close. It was tough. Again, it's going to be a tough match for sure, though, with knowing how these teams are playing and knowing how close it was in that first game. It's not going to be an easy thing for any of these teams to kind of run away with it. I mean, we saw that in last series. I don't see that happening again, though, very often. Just knowing how good these teams are.
Oh, exactly. You know, I do expect a very competitive set. I mean, that game 1 really said it all. So what can we do if we're looking at 100x Vanguard to find an opportunity into this Godfall Gaming roster? If Godfall Gaming is willing to just pull them back, suck them in, and play this very hyper rotational defensive style, how can you find an opening in that? Do you resort to demos? Do you just, you know, hope for the best that you passed around and are able to find a shot at?
I think a lot of what Vanguard needs to do is they need to really rely on the individual ability of these players here, as and we are going to hopefully get everybody in the lobby here out of both of these sides. So, well, again, while we do get everybody back in for this series, yeah, you talk about it. What does Vanguard need to do? And that's the thing about it. What do they need to do? Again, I need to align each other's individual ability. We got players. They have, again, a team of really, really good players. They may not have the strongest teamwork, but they absolutely have players that can make things happen. And you really need to just find a way to make one of those players unlock. Maybe Peak Legend, maybe Shizo. Any of those players can do it. It just is, you need to find somebody who's going to be willing to step up, somebody who takes that mantle as the captain. Because without one, we just saw it last game. They didn't have anyone really leading during that series, or during that game, and for the series, they need to have someone who's willing to take charge.
No, exactly. You know, I think it's a very clear thing. Even if you're not one of the stronger shooters, you know, maybe you can be the setup. Maybe you can be the guy looking to clear away a defense to allow the shot to go through and allow somebody like, and, you know, I'll just emphasize Peak Legend as the one who did score in the previous set in a very honestly striking way. You know, maybe you allow the setup for somebody like that to find an opportunity, be their opportunity for them.
Well, we go to game 2, and we'll see, can Peak Legend be that opportunity? I think he's the most likely player to do it on Vanguard, if anyone here is, but obviously, the pressure's on. They've got to find ways, and now Godfall Gaming has started off this series. They'll look to continue that. This is, again, a much easier opponent on paper than the Nova Ninjas are. I think they'll be relatively happy with that, but as Vanguard, we're able to find goals, and quite a good amount of chances last game as well with that, so it is anything but over as Godfall Gaming going to get themselves off to a good start. Will find themselves an offense first, and for Vanguard again as a team, they struggle a little bit. They struggle more on defense. They're gonna need to get that ball out as fast as possible. But a challenge like that from Peak Legend that goes in the back of the net, who can doubt them?
Man, where did that come from? Just absolutely downtown. Take a look at that. TJ is going for this setup off the ceiling, and just Peak Legend comes in and just says, no, okay? This is my shot all the way from downtown. Don't even need to have defense. It doesn't matter. The goal's so open with how far away it is. Nobody was expecting that.
I wasn't expecting it either, and it's the Vanguard side that take the lead early. Godfall Gaming now. I think just more surprised than anything else from that last goal. I don't think anybody saw that coming to fruition, but Vanguard's taking it. Now Godfall's gotta find an answer. Sin unable to get the second touch. Still Godfall Gaming ball. TJ in front. Shizo panicking, but will be back in time. Godfall moving in front is TJ. Awkward. Everybody committed for Vanguard, but the ball is cleared out. And bonus Vanguard. They're gonna need defense like that. They're gonna need plays like that to shut down Godfall, because the last thing they need to do is play defense, where they really are their weakest.
Issue I see, with this Godfall roster, you need 2-3 members rotating back to get onto defense when you are on defense. They're gonna move in. They're gonna move in swiftly. They're gonna move in as a unit, like we mentioned. They play this like a team. You can see how they rotate around one another. They're setting up for each other. They're looking for these kind of opportunities together. So you will have two people taking a shot on goal at the same time. Take a look at this. Sinnoh goes for the setup, and Sinnoh's his own setup, okay? Shot in, spiking on down. A great one by Sinnoh in the air is gonna get this game all tied up.
Great play from Sin. I don't know how he found that angle. That is impressive to say the very least, but then again, how good these players have gotten this season. I guess those kind of shots are becoming much more of a reality now in the Ascendant Cup, and Godfall Gaming still looking for more. TJ across for Tardis, but it will have to be left wide for now. Now he doesn't even have a shot on this. Onyx Vanguard panicking here. In goes Sin, but the shot goes nowhere. TJ now getting the pinch. Shizo caps up high. Peak now down for his captain, but sorry, for Flo, but no one there. And in comes the Godfall team with the shot from Sin, heading wide of the net. Godfall still attacking, and Sin has been all over it all so far this game. He has not left the offense, but now he will. Godfall Gaming tries to play a little bit more defensively as Peak Legend, and again going off the ceiling for this block, and Godfall Gaming gonna have to get very comfortable with having to play maybe for longer games here, because this is a Vanguard team that's doing very well at keeping possession, forcing players from Godfall to challenge. Not going to give Godfall a lot of open room, which means this is going to be a very long, arduous battle.
I think what I'm seeing, and I think what I need to see, is Flo just put it in. Okay, you know what, Flo? Sure. While I'm trying to break this down, you're just going to come in and find yourself an opportunity. Great setup by Shizo, and you're able to thread that through the defenders. What I was trying to say is, I think what you need to do is challenge Godfall in these kind of scenarios. We're talking about their team play and the way they coordinate with one another. If they're looking for this kind of setup, what did we see? Multiple scenarios. First off, the first goal that 100X was able to find was Peak Legend just coming flying in, contesting the airborne setup that was trying to get done by Godfall, and was able to find himself a goal right on the goal line, and Sin is able to come sniping on in and tie this one right back up, keeping it dead even.
It's not very easy to beat Peak Legend. This is a pretty solid mechanical player. So the fact that that flick from TJ nearly found the net should definitely be worthy of praise, but it's Sin with the last play. Godfall Gaming with a tied game. I think something that we haven't mentioned too much about this Godfall team, one of the biggest weaknesses as well as a roster, is that they just aren't very good at differentiating themselves from their opponents. This is a team that plays to the ability of their opponents. So we saw it against the Nova Ninjas. We see it here against Vanguard. This is a team that plays really well against really good teams and doesn't play so well against weaker teams. And we're seeing that for Godfall. They are having some issues as well, even against a team like Vanguard, where it felt like, against the Nova Ninjas, they would have no issues against. The way that Godfall Gaming play, they play to their opponents, so, the way that Vanguard's playing, it's going to be kept close no matter what happens. It just so happens to be the nature of Godfall Gaming.
I was kind of the same back in Guitar Hero way back in the day. I would be able to 100% full combo through the Fire and Flames on the hardest difficulty, and then I'd play slow ride and just drop the ball, It kind of happens that way. Sometimes you're in these situations where, you surround yourself with who you want to be, and when you're playing around with these higher level players and you're able to pace them, you're seeing what they're doing, and it just kind of flows naturally. When you're playing around with people who make these kind of mistakes, you very much might just make those kind of mistakes yourself. You very much might leave those kind of opportunities open, and you won't play as cleanly because, well, the other opponent, either A, they're not going to punish your mistakes, or B, you know, you're just kind of seeing what they're doing. You're like, okay, you know, if they can get away with it, why can't I?
Yeah, I think a lot of it is also just the fact that Godfall Gaming rely on the way that their opponents play to be able to find their counter, as now they'll look for another chance here to try to take game 2. It's tied at 2 each. Time running low. Here's a chance for Tardis. Saved by Shizo. Bounced off the back post. 100x Vanguard will send this one away. TJ whiffed under it. Left for Peak Legend. This one waiting. Rolling. It's gonna fly in. Flow with the last touch. 100x Vanguard with the lead late.
I thought we were going to sit here and have overtime. I'll still hold my breath a little bit. I saw 2 6-second goals already tonight. So very much possible since we have 6 seconds left on the board. But I thought this was very much going to be overtime all the way through. Time ticking down. There's the donut on the screen. That touchdown is there. And 100x Vanguard are going to win game number 2.
As we said already, Godfall Gaming struggle against weaker opponents. Struggle against teams like 100x Vanguard. They played them in the regular season. Beat them for the win, but I remember that series very vividly. It was not exactly a very clean series for either side. I remember talking afterwards as well. Even Godfall were freely admitting it was not a perfect win for them. They get to go up against Vanguard again, and once again, it is not a very clean series, and we're seeing your Zek is, you know, for Godfall Gaming, they really struggle to be able to differentiate themselves. They play to the way their opponents want to. They play up to their opponents, and for 100x Vanguard, who again aren't known to be who have been a team that's been struggling this season, Godfall Gaming likewise struggling against them.
So I think what we need to do is kind of tailor it back into, you know, defining your strategy, defining your gameplay, and, you know, I mean, you said it very clearly, defining yourself against your opponent. You're gonna sit here and try to match who you're against. Sure, it looks good in terms of like what we're streaming, you know, sure, we're happy to have a nice competitive series going back and forth, but if you're better than this, we all know you're better than this. Let's get some consistency in your gameplay and see what this team is really capable of. I think everybody's looking forward to that.
And I think if there's any player I'm looking to really look at too, as that player that has to step up, it would be TJ. He stepped up massively in Game 6 against the Nova Ninja, scored, I believe, 2 goals in that game to send the series to Game 7. Godfall Gaming have definitely played their best whenever TJ is at his best, and well, we need to see more of that from TJ. So far, though, not been all that potent. As a miss there, it will be Vanguard ball. TJ will clear out, but a very nice first touch there. Left for Peak Legend. Godfall Gaming being that possession as Vanguard them away. Now the wide open nets. Flo will come in and take it. Vanguard with the lead, and for Godfall Gaming, who started off this series so confidently, that confidence has been gone.
Great job. You know, you find the demos, you're able to knock the players away, and then you find the openings. Just a great collective showing right there from 100x, and Flo finding the shot. Here we are 30 seconds in, and 100x Vanguard is leading the charge 1-0. Well, and if Game 1 and Game 2 has anything to say about it, this could very much and probably will very much go back and forth. So let's get our feet under us if we're Godfall Gaming. Let's see what it is. Like you said, what happened from Game 1 to Game 2 to now, okay? You guys came out electric. What changed? Or did nothing change and 100x Vanguard was the ones who were getting warmed up, who were starting to cook? Shot on goal by TJ. Oh, so close, but Shizo is able to knock that one away, sending it on down, back in the hands of Godfall.
TJ up first, but touch there, stopped by Flo. 100x Vanguard staying close in as Godfall Gaming look to flip the field. Aerial play on Shizo. Open space for Tardis. 12 boost, working with this one. The shot will be kept out. Shizo got to it first, and Godfall Gaming will go again. Sin, TJ, Sin calls it! And for good reason! It's a banger, and it's tied at 1 each.
Great shot right there, like you said. Calls it, and for good reason. Take a look at that one right in the air. Threads it right past 2 defenders, right over their head. You can defend the goal all you want, but get up there. Stop that ball from going in. We are all tied up at 1-1, and we still have 3.5 minutes of gameplay to go.
As you said, still 3.5 minutes to go. These teams back and forth, and maybe that has just lit the fire under Godfall Gaming, but Vanguard the other way, Peak Legend, flip resets. You can tell everybody from Godfall resting on the back line. No one was going to let him have that chance for free, and it will stay tied because of it. Off the crossbar, though. Godfall Gaming cleared away with Sin. Base to work with. Godfall holding under. Midfield play. Left there. Shizo taken out of the work. Godfall Gaming. Wait on the back of this one. Missed there, though. Vanguard unable to score. It was TJ with the save. And yet another bump in the midfield here. Godfall Gaming running and playing Enforcer. It's an aggressive style of defense, but it has definitely caused troubles for Vanguard, and I would love to see them continue it.
Take a look at this little back and forth right now between TARDIS and Peak Legend. Flow comes just to be a little bit of a disruptive factor, trying to set it on up. And right now, as we can see, 100x Vanguard is trying to just maintain that kind of possession that they're looking for. Chizo is able to pick up the ball, trying to pass it right back down. Great job by TJ to deny that, but look at this little volley back and forth. Now TARDIS sending it right back down. You know, we're playing soccer and Rocket League, or we're playing volleyball. Is that a game mode we can do?
I mean, it's usually I call it ping pong, but either way, Godfall Gaming and Vanguard, yeah, both just hitting the ball. At this point, I think they're both just nervous. They're stressing out. They don't know what to think about this. And for Godfall Gaming, they're just trying to get this one away. Vanguard, though, again, a chance to take the lead, really take over this series. That next goal really feels so huge. Just from where we are in this series, that next goal really does feel like it's going to be an absolute game changer.
Well, when you have two teams who are, well, okay, well, here's that game changer. The game has changed, ladies and gentlemen. Shizo decided to come striking on in. Take a look at this one. Just watching, waiting for his prey, stalking the ball, and bam, there's my moment to strike. Two defenders overshoot. Let me make the final call.
As you said as well, they make it, they take it. Vanguard in the lead. But again, a huge performance here as Sin. Jizo off the sidewall. Godfall Gaming waiting, but Vanguard, it's not a very good touch. TARDIS doesn't make much of that shot. Godfall Gaming really reaching at this point. They've got to find chances. They've got to find goals. It has been a very lethargic game free. That has come back to hurt Godfall Gaming. I need to see the movement. I need to see the energy for this team. It just feels like it's all been gone for them. Who knows, maybe they might use that tactical timeout. They have it in use here, and last series it works well. They subbed in Fire Panda. It made all the difference for them. But, of course, matches like this, in a series like this, you really want to avoid using it at all costs, especially at this point. But how bad has been looking for Godfall Gaming. They need some sort of spark, and maybe that's it! 1v2! Vanguard overcommits, and Sin goes the other way.
Just the demo, take a look at this one. Sin heading on down, bam, right over the top. And, you know, it's cool and all if you get the demo, but the problem is you gotta stop the ball. You know, just watching that one Sauron pass, nobody nearby within a mile. Your lone defender from the back came up for this striking shot, trying to make a play. And I don't think those are the opportunities you can allow Godfall Gaming to have when you're, especially when you're 100x Vanguard in this situation. We're talking about how kind of, I don't want to say lacking, but how much they aren't playing up to their ability. I'll say that instead. I think that's a much better way of putting it. If you give them these kind of opportunities, you know, I feel like it's only going to open yourself up to a difficult scenario. Time ticking down. It looks like we're going to have another overtime on our hands, unless right now, as the ball hovered over the top of the goal of 100x, going to touch on down, and it looks like that's going to do it. We're going in overtime, Sporty.
Once again, it's OT, golden goal. We saw it in game 1, and it was Godfall Gaming who took it. Now in game 3, Godfall Gaming have it again. Does 100x Vanguard flip the script? As this one to the back wall is TJ. Flow, that one to the net, saved away by Sin. As Godfall Gaming trying to keep this one in control. Sin flicks this back. Now in comes Flow. Off the sidewall is Flow, but Godfall Gaming need to take this time and need to take their moments very preciously here, because Vanguard holding the offense past the Peak Legend. TARDIS able to get there, but no boost as well. We know Peak Legend can hit those double taps. That's definitely not something that he's unknown for. And for Godfall Gaming, they're doing anything they can to make sure that whoever is on the ball, it's not Peak Legend.
Oh yeah, I mean, you saw right there, Peak Legend came soaring across and just, you said it was a pass, and it was very much a forced pass, but we were able to see really close right there from Sin. Unfortunately, just right off the crossbar, not able to connect. We're over 60 seconds into overtime right now. TJ with a nice little aerial sending it right across down to center field. Shizo is gonna pick that one up, getting close to the goal. Tardis is there on the defense though. Peak Legend sitting on back. Again, eyeing his prey, looking for the opportunity, not able to find it though. Remember what we were saying about 100x Vanguard a little bit earlier. Try to set up for people like Peak Legend, give them these kind of opportunities, or, I mean, even we can say with Shizo, how we see Shizo's playing this very methodical game, sitting back, watching, looking for those shots, all kind of floating around Godfall territory right now. They can't seem to get it out of this corner.
And it's Vanguard who just are the ones knocking on the front door, but they have not been able to say the password just yet. And now here goes Godfall, infield pass, Sin, in! It's over again! Godfall Gaming with yet another overtime win. This one feels even more unlikely. They were playing defense for all this time, but once they break out, it's an infield pass that ends it.
I think I'm going to tailor this one back to what we were talking about in game number 1. First off, maybe we just take him to overtime. I'll say that as a separate thing. Maybe we just get him to overtime and then beat him there in this kind of scenario where it's all or nothing. Hopefully looking to see if a team like Vanguard just kind of slips up in those kind of scenarios. You mentioned, they shouldn't be where Godfall Gaming is skill-wise. So in those kind of scenarios where they are starting to feel that pressure, they're going to start to slip up. They're going to, spread out a little bit more. They're going to leave those kind of openings. Maybe Godfall Gaming is trying to take advantage of that. But what I do end up seeing, though, is my train of thought absolutely leaving the station. There's a point I was trying to make there. What do you think?
Man, I don't know what to say else here except that Godfall Gaming still proving that they have it. It may have been a weak game, but yeah, you're right about how close it's been. It's been very, very close. A little bit too close for Godfall Gaming's liking, but I don't think they really care. As long as they get wins at this point, they're not going to mind too much. Reminder, the loser of this match still is in this bracket, but they play for the 8th seed against the loser of Exploding Cat Gif versus Yukio Sora. That is on Spartan Dragon stream. Noted, but it has the 4th seed match on 135 Vortex taking on NES Nova Ninjas. So again, we got 3 matches going on right now. We're going to have 1 after this, so ZekVexol, I mean, we've got 2 spots guaranteed, 2 more teams need to qualify, and then 1 more later on tonight, so I mean, we're getting down to the point where you've really got some important wins to get here, and if you're 125 Vanguard, you need to get wins now.
Need to get wins now, indeed. There's the kickoff. It's game 4 time. Ladies and gentlemen, in our best of 7 matchup, your 3rd round of your Swiss bracket qualifiers here for the ATS Championship. Oh man, this has just been such an electric set between these two teams, and it feels like, Godfall's kind of trying to find their identity outside of just let's play defense and look for an opportunity.
I think they have to. I think, as a team, they're essentially forced into that position as Shizo kept away by Sin. Now in goes Peak of Legend. Godfall Gaming leading under this one, but clear goes away. It's space that they can work with here. Off around the corner, TJ to the back wall. This one left in front as Godfall Gaming just trying to get some offense, but here goes Banner the other way. Peak Legend, back wall, second, left, waiting, shot off a bar. Godfall Gaming collapsed onto that one, kept it out, but Peak Legend becoming a very scary player, and it's only getting worse from here on out. He is really starting to feel it.
He's moving around just so much, picking up every single boost and just flying on in. It just feels like it's shot attempt, strike from Peak Legend. Well, speaking of strike, goodbye flow, getting absolutely sent out of here. But, I don't think that's a player you need to be maintaining. You got to look for Peak Legend. I'm kind of starting to wonder, do you sit here and just kind of play Demolition Derby with just Peak Legend alone? Find him, hunt him, hunter-killer drone, and just keep him off the map? He seems to be kind of, I don't want to say the win con, but definitely one of the dominant figures over here for 100x Vanguard. And it feels like if Godfall can kind of just keep him off the board, prevent him from doing what he wants, maybe they'll start to see a few more of those opportunities arise.
Yeah, maybe they will, and while that's happening, we do have an update on our 4th seed match. A 4-0 sweep. 135 Vortex will be in the upper bracket next Friday for the championship. So they've just swept Nova Ninjas. Impressive performance tonight for both those teams. Vortex getting their revenge. They lost to the Nova Ninjas in the regular season, so they got their revenge tonight. It means that match over again. That was on Noted Stream, meaning that all that's left is the round 3 matchups. And I'll give you another update. Yukio Sora currently leading 3-1. ECG actually are looking to make a reverse sweep in that match. It would be a surprise to see them have to battle for the 8th seed, but Yukio Sora is putting them on the back foot right now, which I think at least Zek is a huge surprise since we've seen them do some incredible things so far this season.
Yukio Sora was, very striking. They definitely gave Godfall a good run for their money, I want to say. But the problem is, it just felt like they weren't able to find their footing against a team who, was just pulling it together. They were really starting to just, how should I say? I'm seeing a different Godfall here than I was there. And I do think it's like you were saying of you're seeing a team who really plays to their opponents. So if they face back against Yukio Sora, will we see a different Godfall?
Here's the question. Do we see a different Godfall? Do we see a different team here? Well, Godfall Gaming not looking to change too much. It's a wide open net. TARDIS will win the race to it. And with 91 seconds to go, we have not seen a goal yet this game. It has been very low scoring. Finally, something breaks, and it's Godfall Gaming who are now on the cusp of match point.
That was something that was very necessary. When you're in these low score games, these very competitive games where you are in this, it's 0-0, it's 1-1, it's 2-2. It just seems like it's been that way this entire series between these two teams. Getting that one up makes the big difference. You said it a little bit earlier in one of our previous rounds, that game changer goal right there, with how slow, I want to say, in terms of the goal count, this game has been, how low I'll say, this goal count has been in this game. That one goal very much could make or break. Set up over the center. TJ goes for the touch up, goes for the tap on in, and TJ finds the second one, making it not a 1, but a 2-goal game with 60 seconds left on the clock.
TJ, the captain, rolls through. He's been silent, but not here. And Godfall Gaming, it may have been a little late for the captain, but they needed him to show up at some point. A match point on the line here. But a huge play would be for Godfall Gaming to take it early against the Vanguard, force them to have to play in that 8th seed match, and right now, really looking to force them into that position. And Vanguard, again, less than a minute to go, they've got to find goals, they've got to find chances, and more importantly, they've got to rely less on Peak Legend. He's been great, but it's been quiet from Shizo and Flo. I haven't seen them play offense. They've been relying so heavily on Peak Legend to send them goals that they're forgetting. There's 2 other players on this roster. The only way they're going to win is if all of them get used, as Sin adds a 3rd. Godfall Gaming really don't want to lose game 4.
That was beautiful right there. Take a look at this airborne dribble. Nobody's on defense. Nobody's there. Open goal. And you're able to just find that one from downtown. A really just great observation from Sin, but just a fantastic shot. I love seeing those kind of airborne dribbles that turn into shots. And I kind of want to tailor that back to a little bit what you were saying, where it just kind of seems that a little bit of reliance on the Peak Legend. Sin, come on. Sin, come on. We're sitting here just talking about what you guys are doing, and you're just going to send another one in. The second thing I want to tailor this back to is when we look back at game number 1 in this series, okay? Something that you were kind of talking about with this roster as a whole, it was, man, Sin just completely threw me off my game right there with that second goal. It was, oh man, here, let me get back to you. Go ahead, 20 seconds left.
I'm running low here. Godfall Gaming, a dominant game 4 performance. For the start of the series, it looked like things were going to be close. It has not been so far. We're going to be moving to game 5, and Godfall Gaming have a chance to give themselves a spot guaranteed in the final day of the championships next Friday. If they can just take one more win. Match point is theirs. Godfall Gaming are 1 win away from guaranteeing a spot in the championship date.
That felt a little bit better from Godfall Gaming. And I'm saying that not because they got some scores, whether it be a momentum thing or not. Something I was noticing is they were spreading out a little bit more. And I think that makes a massive difference. We were seeing them in some of the early rounds. They were very grouped up, either offensively or defensively. And that was kind of being a little bit of a make or break in some situations. I'm able to tie in my other point, though, now that I am starting to remember it, is that you were kind of talking about, in terms that I understand from my competitive experience, a shot caller, okay? 100x Vanguard needing that field leader. Who's sitting here making the calls? And when I'm watching some of these goals fly in this game, I'm starting to question that more and more, you know? Who's sitting here making that idea? And I really want to point out when Sin got that aerial, okay, that was really taken, kind of took me aback for a second right there. I think that kind of says it all right there. You got players stepping up. Who's on defense if somebody's able to make that kind of call? Who's making these calls? You know, who's kind of directing the flow of the game? You got to be one mind. You got to be a hive mind in these kind of situations where things are fast paced, moving. Where is everybody? What are we doing?
It's a good question as well, but I think what's also surprising is Vanguard haven't used a tactical timeout. They did not go for one after game 4, so he's going to jump back in. We're going to go right back in for game number 5. Reminder, Godfall Gaming, if they win this game, they'll be off to the championship, along with a lot of other teams, along with 135 Vortex and NES Nova Ninjas already. But for Onyx Vanguard, still have hope. They just need to win 3 games straight. It has happened on the stream before, but it doesn't happen often. Godfall Gaming right now have looked like a very tough to beat team. Can Vanguard find some form of momentum to get things started?
So far, it seems like Vanguard is kind of holding that possession and keeping the ball down over in Godfall territory. A little bit closer there. Sin was able to get the launch on up and stop that ball. Kind of really good deny. Peak Legend, though, able to find contact with the ball, getting it right back down into Godfall territory, close in front of the goal. Sin looking for, she's still looking for another one. Sin able to find yet another save. Ball bounces back, and so far, if we're looking over at it, it's been almost 100% field domination, ball possession, all in favor of 100x Vanguard. I think this is kind of a little bit of what we needed. That nice slowdown in between matches, maybe kind of, they took a step back. They thought like, hey, let's play our game. You know, we have a way we play. We don't need to just rely on one person. We just need to make the right calls and move around as a unit. I keep saying this all the time about Godfall in the earlier rounds. I'm like, okay, you know, they're moving like a unit. So it's kind of that necessary point.
It is. It definitely is. I think, again, they didn't use that tactical timeout yet. It felt like they had a full team reset. You talk about it as well. They've got to move like a team. And really, I think a lot of it also just comes down to that consistency. And they consistently make sure that they pressure Godfall Gaming, because with pressure, there's going to come mistakes. Godfall Gaming is not unique to that. They will definitely make mistakes if you play against them here. Right now, trying to keep themselves in a strong position as TARDIS. Good first touch. Will go up to the back wall here. They're going to find the bump on Peak Legend. Left in front, Shizo jumps from the back wall to get the save. Godfall Gaming still have more. Peak Legend not going to get faked out there by TJ. And Godfall Gaming will go all the way back to defense, but they don't take the ball with them. Shot on, saved away. Godfall Gaming didn't take the ball with them to defense, nearly paid for it as well. Onyx Vanguard, now they've got good possession. What can they make of it? Peak Legend to Flow. TARDIS with a dunk. Offense now for Godfall Gaming.
Who's on defense? Shizo able to rotate back around and just save it in the nick of time. TARDIS trying to find that shot on goal. I'm noticing right now 100x Vanguard getting more and more aggressive when they're on offense. Take a look at this. Ball down over in Godfall's side, and we're seeing 1, 2, 3 members moving up the field, getting past that center line. They're playing a little bit of a shadow defense with Flow in the back, but right now, all 3 members of 100x in this corner. Peak Legend, though, able to slip right on through and find the score that they needed. So, hey, I mean, maybe the best offense is a good defense strategy. Best defense is a good offense strategy is working in their favor.
Oh, that works right there for Vanguard. A huge goal here, and again, I mean, again, they need that. They need every goal they can get at this point. Again, they're at the point where if Godfall Gaming can take a game, they can win this whole thing. As welcome to the raid. Thank you for the raid. Noted. Your 4th seed match was exciting. We've got again Godfall Gaming 100x Vanguard in round 3. The winner of this will go to the championship next Friday. Loser will have to play in the 8th seed match on this stream, the last match of the evening. Godfall Gaming looking for some life on offense, but Vanguard takes it away. TJ to the sidewall. With Peak Legend, Shizo waiting under this one. TARDIS keeps it, kicks it high. Godfall Gaming just keeping possession, and 100x Vanguard trying to keep this ball away, trying to keep themselves anywhere near offense, but it's Godfall Gaming with possession right now, and it is Vanguard who, while they are up by 1, have to be feeling a little bit nervous.
Yeah, Godfall's doing this good pass around scenario right now, and I'm kind of wondering, you know, are they starting to find that momentum back that they need, that they can do? We know this team is capable of it. They've done it against better teams. We've been talking about that all series so far. If we start to see that Godfall come out here in game number 5, it very much could put the series away. Remember, it is match point. We are ticking down into the final minute of the game. Underdeck's Vanguard, though, is holding on to that 1-score lead, and I'm going to be entirely honest with you, Sporty, and I'm sure you can agree, so far this entire series, that 1-score lead has been impactful. You know, with how low scoring a lot of these games have been, how back and forth a lot of these have been, that 1 goal will make or break.
Has been, I mean, I was going to say the same thing as well. 1 goal may be all that Vanguard needs to take this game. Godfall Gaming have had a very low presence of offense here, but still they have time to get that goal back. Because it's only a 1 goal difference, they can answer. But Flo to the back wall, this one left in front. Tart is able to get the clear. Big Legend bumped out of the way. Shizo to take it, to take 2. He's gone through. Vanguard 2-0 with 23 seconds remaining.
That is exactly what you want to see if you are Vanguard right now. Vanguard is in prime position to take us on over into game number 6. You gotta feel good about that one. Right now, 20 seconds left to go on the clock. 2-0. This one is looking like Vanguard. All they gotta do is just hold off and take this one nice and easy.
Well, they'll do just that with that fake from Peak Legend. That's going to put the nail in the coffin for Game 5. Anyone out there who doubted Vanguard's abilities to take this game can now be sorely mistaken. Game 5 will be for Vanguard. They're going to keep this series going, and that means Game 6 at last for us. Well, that's happening on the other side. Yukio Sorima's Exploding Cat Gift match, that's going to Game 7. Exploding Cat Gift may be able to complete a best-of-7 reverse sweep to get themselves into the championship date. So we'll keep updates on that, but while that match goes on, we're going to Game 6 in this series, and for Godfall Gaming, who's on match point, a frustrating Game 5 because they never even stood a chance on offense.
No, not at all. You know, it felt like there was really great possession and really great team play, but again, that was when they were on defense. They're moving around as a unit, but again, that's when they were on defense. You need to find these opportunities to branch away from that and make offensive motions. You need to find a way to actually look for those kind of opportunities for yourself. If you're constantly on defense, you're never going to score. You can't sit there and have your entire team strategy be based on the enemy team making a mistake, okay? Because you need to think, is the perfect defense better than a perfect offense? Can you say you have the perfect defense to beat a perfect offense? You gotta make sure that you are making proactive decisions. Otherwise, hey, if you look at it in a scenario of chess, if you always let white make the first move and always follow their gameplay, you're gonna lose.
Well, again, as we wait on updates as well, we're going to go to Game 6. Godfall Gaming making a sub change here. So they're making a change to that roster. It was Fire Panda who jumped in for them to play against NES Nova Ninjas in the last 2 games of their series, made quite the difference. It's going to be Fire Panda again that they call on to recover and save them from what could be a Hunter's Vanguard comeback. We go to Game 6, Neo Tokyo. And for Godfall Gaming, the pressure's on them now, because at this point, it feels like they're playing to not lose rather than to win.
Absolutely, and I'm glad you saw kind of what I was seeing too with Fire Panda. I'm sure you probably saw it in your last set with them, but when I was watching them a little bit earlier, Fire Panda was just being an absolute score leader. By definition, just getting out there and racking the numbers up. So bringing him in here right now, I think is a very great decision, because to me, I think it's the best thing you could do. Not wait until the last round, not wait until the last possible moment. Get him in here now. If you need to get him, say, get him warmed up, sure, but what I'm saying is get him in here as a strategy type situation, you know? Let's make sure we don't drag this out any longer than we need to.
For Godfall Gaming, the pressure's still on them here, because for Fire Panda, he's again been a confidence booster, but we still know how good Vanguard it is, and their confidence is definitely going to be boosted from that last game's performance. But they're going to have to get that save there. Shizo already up forward here, and with Peak Legend in support, again, all that next Vanguard need to do is really get a goal, get maybe 2 goals, shut down that confidence for Godfall Gaming, and it will be back to Vanguard control. So for Godfall, Put them on a very precarious, very fragile position right now. They really do need to score first because the pressure is on them to do that so that they can keep their confidence going.
A little over a minute. And as we see, you know, the scores in these games have really started to slow down in the earlier rounds. A lot slower. Oh, open shot. Peak Legend was able to slip right through and was able to find the defense. Really close one right there. Kind of got us all on the edge of our seats with that one. I thought we were about to see the open goal. I thought we were about to see the first score as I'm talking about how long it's been taking to get the first score in these games.
But it won't happen just yet. It's going to take a little while, I would expect, for teams to find that net. It took a really long time last game. And you know very well, we could potentially see ourselves go to a 0-0 overtime. That is not out of the question with how these two teams have been playing. Reminder, that championship spot on the line. You lose this, though. It's in a weird position, actually, that whoever loses this isn't out of the running, but obviously there's a lot of pressure on you in that position. As Fire Panda pinched with Shizo, looking for some offense upfield. Godfall Gaming gonna close in, but with Peak Legend holding the net, they're not gonna get that play by him. Shizo now looking. Peak Legend in the midfield. First touch goes high. It will be Fire Panda tasked with the clear, but only gives it up to Flo and Shizo. And for Godfall Gaming, they're not holding possession. Off the back wall, in goes Shizo. Fire Panda recovers. Godfall Gaming keep the game tied for now, and will send that ball away to waste out time. An open backfield now for Godfall. Shizo sends up. TJ midfield. Shizo will clear it away, and Vanguard now have a chance to go to offense all over again.
Halftime here, game number 6. Ball close right off the top guard. Fire Panda able to dodge that one away. As you said, 100x Vanguard now on offense. Ball starting up over the top. Shizo looking for the setup. Peak Legend is going to be able to catch it in the back. Now looking to be the setup himself. TJ ends up finding it and gets this one right on away. Flo says, nah, we're going to keep this one right on down. Back on over into Godfall corner. A little bit of back and forth going on right now, but really great possession overall by 100x Vanguard. They're keeping this one down in Godfall's side of the pitch. But open goal, open goal, open goal. Fire Panda's here. There's that opening we were talking about. I said this earlier, Sporty, you know, they're cheating up. They're playing aggressive. They're going in this 3-man offense swing, but that leaves these open goal scenarios.
It is as well. You're not wrong about that as well, as how open some of these games can be. From Vanguard, a scary sight to see an open net and to see Godfall Gaming holds you at your own, at their mercy. Peak Legend though needs an answer. Could not get around DJ. Fire Panda, Shizo, that one, quick shot on, TJ with the block, but in comes Peak Legend, but the shot goes wide. A huge opportunity. Vanguard would probably have loved to give their star player that chance again, but Godfall Gaming not looking to be so nice about this one. Flo, pinch off a ceiling. TJ getting into the back corner. Godfall Gaming this away, but it's space for Peak Legend. Here he goes, up, but stopped by Fire Panda, and Godfall Gaming keep the lead while also on match point.
I feel like the addition of Fire Panda is a really good match for Peak Legend in order to just challenge him. You know, we were talking about who's going to challenge Peak Legend on here, and I just think that's bad news bears for 100x Vanguard. Ball close to the Godfall Gaming net, not going to be able to find opportunity. Ball over the top, coming down in the center. Nobody's there. Fire Panda comes in, and that is going to put another one on the board for Godfall Gaming. Fire Panda is able to come in with a strike. Take a look at that one. Touch on down. Everybody goes right past it. Great connect right there by Fire Panda.
2 goals on 2 shots for the substitute, and he's made his entrance worthy. Godfall Gaming panicking under the pressure, but they have recovered. And now 100x Vanguard, they've got to find an answer. They've got to find 2, in fact. Left in front. Someone's going to shoot this one. Flo, left for Peak Legend. Will anybody be there to support him? Now Flo, that shot saved away, but a double commit for Godfall Gaming, giving Vanguard space to work with, but not a lot of it. As Godfall Gaming clears that ball away, it is Shizo in space. Sin to TJ. The back wall! Double! Oh my goodness!
We have 12 seconds, Sporty, okay? And you got 3 goals to go right now. If you're a 100x Vanguard, that is not a good feeling. Is it possible? Maybe, you know? But I'm going to be entirely honest here with you right now. Godfall Gaming, it looks like they have done it in 6. A very great showing from them. You know, I love the roster change, swap up right here. And it just feels like we're seeing them kind of come into their own, something that we needed to see a couple games ago. But I really love the rotating around in the rosters because it's allowing these people to kind of get in there so that you do have those opportunities when they come.
Right on cue as well, we've got our other match confirmed. Yukio Sora prevent the reverse sweep with a 7-1 scoreline in Game 7. So Exploding Cat Gift, who were considered one of our favorites to get out of this bracket quickly, are now going all the way to the AFC Tiebreaker matchup. So, my goodness, the pressure definitely here for all these teams to watch out for. But that means our last match is confirmed, ZekVexol, while Godfall Gaming can enjoy themselves now qualifying for that final bracket. We've got an exciting end to our night. It's Exploding Cat Gift taking on 100x Vanguard.
I'm looking forward to this one. It's going to be a really good set, you know, and watching 100x Vanguard and how they've been responding to Godfall Gaming throughout this series, I think there's opportunity here, and I think there's opportunity for both teams after we honestly just saw the outcome of Exploding Cat Gift versus Yukio Sora. This is going to be a very close match. I can see the amount of back and forth potential right now, and I'm really excited right now. If you can't tell, I'm raring to go myself.
Well, I am too, but again, we'll get into that match very shortly here. But again, as we update everything here, we're going to go to a break. When we come back, Exploding Cat Gift taking on 100x Vanguard, our last match of the evening, and one spot left in the final bracket. Welcome back for the last time to the ATS Ascendant Cup, sponsored by Vanguard Esports. This is the Wildcard, and this is the last match of the evening. We've had a ton of matches already, and of our 8 teams in the final bracket, 7 have been confirmed. We have 1 spot remaining. Exploding Cat Gift taking on Hunter's Vanguard. Our last match of the night. ZekVexol joins again for the last time here. An 8th seed matchup, ECG Hunter's Vanguard. This is it. You win and you go to the final bracket. You lose and your run is over.
I'm looking forward to seeing what goes on here in this match. Exploding Cat Gift in their previous round back in round 3 against Yuki Usora went the extra mile, went and took it all the way to game 7. Fought it out on Champions Field and came out on the short end of the stick, which is why they are now here for the tiebreaker. But when I last saw them back in round number 2, they were facing off against 100x35 Vortex, okay? And that team, it was something different, okay? I gotta say this right now. Exploding Cat Gift came out swinging in the very first game, and, I thought there was gonna be a very nice dominant performance from them. But out of nowhere, game 2, game 3, game 4, game 5, it was just a sweep from Vortex, which, I mean, if you look at the previous round where they went 4-0 against the Nova Ninjas, it kind of shows you this team kind of came in not looking to mess around. So what is going to go on here is Exploding Cat Gifts, are they going to come out swinging? Are they going to be able to keep up that kind of pressure? Or is 100x Vanguard, who, I gotta say is feeling pretty warm after playing against Godfall Gaming that previous series, are they going to be able to find this one?
He said as well, and while that's happening, and thank you so much for the raid there, Spartan Dragon. Thank you so much. As again, the last prediction poll of the night is on. Again, one last spot remains. One last best of 7. Exploding Cat Gift take on 100x Vanguard. These teams, this is their 4th match of the evening, and this is for the championship. You win, and we'll see you there. You lose, and you won't be joining the top 8. This is it, the championship matchup, the final match of the night. Exploding Cat Gift on the blue, an age-old team, a classic for ATS, 100x Vanguard on the orange. And a best of 7 series determined once and for all who will be there and who won't.
Already, a little bit of pressure going on. Saturn Pizza trying to find a shot on goal. Gonna get knocked away by Flo. Back on down to midfield. Caught by Saturn Pizza. Going for the setup for his team yet again. Dropping on down. Still kind of just chilling over here in Vanguard territory. So far, we're seeing that kind of explosive pressure from Exploding Cat Gift. But immediately, there's Peak Legend. We saw it. We talked about it constantly in the previous series against Godfall. You need to keep this guy in check.
You definitely do, and for ECG, again, just probably a very disappointed feeling right now. I can't think that their confidence is all that high with how they played in their last series. Again, losing to Yuki Usora, a team that many teams consider to be a bit of a wash coming into this wildcard bracket. Obviously, it's moving. They're anything but as a miss there. Saturn had the shot, but it went just wide, and now ECG's going to go all the way back off the back wall. Defiance there, Saturn to follow, and ECG right now still looking for their first goal, but you can tell they are not feeling all that confident. And with a demo like that, the net's wide open, there won't be anything confident to talk about because in comes Peak Legend and the first goal of the series.
I was gonna make a couple comments about Exploding Cat Gifts and say, okay, you're coming off this loss against someone you shouldn't have really lost to. There's 2 different ways that you can really take that. One would be the momentum killer, the mental killer. You're mental booming. You're like, we should have beat that team, so why didn't we kind of situation. And you're really just kind of pointing fingers and just ripping at yourselves. But the other way of taking that is, wow, we should have really won that. Let's collect ourselves. Let's regroup. There's some scary teams I've seen in professional sports who come off a loss and just look absolutely unstoppable, like they could have played for football's sake in the Super Bowl immediately that very week. So I wouldn't count any team out right now. Exploding Cat Gifts, while this is game 1, they're a score behind right now. I feel like they're very capable of doing it. It's just come down to how they take that previous loss and, how they approach this 100x Vanguard team.
Yeah, I think another thing to really focus on is the fact that NES Nova Ninjas are watching this match right now. This match determines who they play against. Because they lost that 4th seed tiebreaker match, they're the 5th seed. They play against whoever wins the 8th seed tiebreaker match. So whoever wins this gotta go up against the Nova Ninjas, which is no easy feat. But at this point for these teams, they're just looking to be in that top 8, looking to be in the playoff bracket, and give themselves a chance for that $100 prize pool at the end of the tournament. So ECG, 100x Vanguard both wants to be there. So far though, Vanguard holding the lead, and for Exploding Cat Gift, a lackluster offense. We saw them at the very start of the night here. sweep Nerd Knights in a relatively close but very confident series from ECG. Obviously, since then, they're going to need to find that confidence back as Vanguard get hold of the lead for now. And if we know anything about Vanguard, one goal it can often be enough for this team. This is a team that has no problem playing the defensive late.
No, they can play the defensive, they can hold out on the defensive, but can we say that was playing defensive against a defensive team? This is something that we got to kind of ask ourselves in this scenario. Exploding Captives, like I said, if they find opportunity, they can keep going. I mean, hey, you can kind of say it's in the name. Once they're explosive once, it just keeps on repeating, right? They're not an explosive cat video. I think that would be a little bit concerning. So, 2 minutes to go. Vanguard still leading that charge, and we know they can hold it out, and they're going to find themselves another goal, making now a 2-goal deficit. Great shot on goal by Shizo. They're in a very comfortable position right now.
There's miscommunication between Saturn and Defiance. Neither one of them actually called to go for that challenge, and it just left the net wide open for Shizo. 100x Vanguard taking yet another goal in ECG. You can see where the woes are coming in for this team, but maybe an answer off the post, saved away. Peak Legend getting on the end of that one, and boy, what a night he has had to lead this 100x Vanguard team. And what a surprise it would be to see ECG fall out of that part of the group the massive group C teams from Group C to make it to this point, as now Squabs back wall unable to put it in. ECG really attacking right now, and I think what's so interesting about this is just the fall that this team's at. ECG, many of them considered a top 5 team this season. Again, the only team that they really had troubles with in the regular season when it came to their own group was Team Evo Vector, who of themselves are in that upper bracket in that final, in the championship stage. So for ECG, they really need to find something, they really need to pick themselves together here, because they're really feeling the pressure, and Vanguard are bringing it to them.
Man, I really got to talk about that last shot. That was so close. Peak Legend really just threaded the needle right there. I have to say that ball was probably 75, if not 80% inside of the goal. Let's see if we can get 100%. Schwabs goes for the shot up. Unfortunately, tips it right off the backboard. Saturn Pizza catches it. They're getting down into that 30-second mark. They have 2 goals to tie, 3 to take the lead. They can very much do it, but they need to get down over into Exploding Captive territory. I'm sorry, they need to get down into Vanguard territory. I know who we're talking about. Saturn Pizza sends it on down, gets caught by Peak Legend, gets a dem mode almost instantly. Saturn Pizza wasn't too happy about that one. Bouncing it back, taken down to the 10-second mark. Can they find at least one so far to give some faith right now? Def passes it over, gets it to the center ball. Shizo picks it up, sends it on down, and that looks like that is going to be game number 1 in the pocket of 100x Vanguard.
And what a start it is. The other 100x35 team, Vanguard, able to take game 1. ECG just look really, really slow. They look really unconfident. Just isn't a lot going on there. And I think for ECG, I think they need a mental reset. This team just does not look confident in themselves right now. And if they're not able to find any sort of confidence for themselves, I don't know if they expect themselves to be able to take this as oopsies. I accidentally reset the series. So, 1 sec. We're going to be doing this by manual now. How about this?
Oh boy.
Next Vanguard taking game number 1 here. And for both these teams, it's going to be a real tough question. And just what is it going to take for these teams and specifically for ECG to find that confidence? They need it. They really do. There's a team
Absolutely.
that is struggling right now, and I mean, it just feels like they're lost out there. It feels like we need to see them show up.
I think it's very difficult because, we're kind of talking a little bit about the identities of these teams in the previous game. We're like, okay, we're looking at Godfall as a very defensive roster. They're playing as a unit. They're moving around, stuff like that. We were talking about 100x Vanguard and saying, it felt like they were relying on Peak Legend a lot. Maybe we can play through that. Maybe we can utilize that as this very mechanical skilled player. This game, though, it doesn't feel like even 100x Vanguard was playing to that. We're seeing Peak Legend make plays. We're seeing Shizo make plays. Flo's playing this good shadow defense, rotating around, setting up for his team. So I think there's good opportunity for the entirety of 100x Vanguard to kind of play in these different ways. But, I'm looking over at ECG, and, even from my match earlier where I saw them, I'm kind of asking myself, take a look at that. Take a look at that right there, okay? 9 seconds. Watch this. Flow from downtown right over Def. Marches it right on down. I don't need the shot. Passes it to Shizo. Look at that.
It is absolutely insane as well. And Again, it's surprising. I think it's a real shocker as well. And again, for both these teams, it's a weird ending to a night it could potentially be. Hunter's Vanguard just feel like they're coming in with energy after that Godfall gaming match. They did not let it get to them, and it's so tough as well. We'll talk about the mentality. Reminder, every team playing at this point has lost already twice tonight, so the confidence can't be running high. But for Vanguard, it doesn't look like it's really affecting them all that much. They're still playing confident. Those losses have not affected them so far.
This is quite literally the, down but not out mentality right now for Vanguard. I think the Godfall gaming match was massive for them as a mentality booster, okay? We were talking here on stream that, Godfall Gaming should be the collectively better skilled team. And it just felt like Vanguard was giving them a run for their money in multiple different scenarios. Yeah, we did attribute that a lot in certain scenarios to Peak Legend and his individual skill, but I do think collectively as a team, 100x Vanguard was putting up a good showing, and as we kind of said, I was starting to see it as we were getting closer to the end where Flo started hanging it back a little bit more, looking for those kind of setup opportunities for his other two members. I think that's what we kind of need, is like that kind of identifying factor of, okay, figure out what you're best at, come up with a strategy here, and let's go for some execution. And 100x Vanguard not only were able to figure that out in between sets, but they just let that loss kind of go to their head in the right way.
Next Vanguard keeping the offense going as Peak Legend looking for a second goal, but Squabs sends this one away. ECG finally getting on offense. It's been a lot of defense so far for this team. Can they find a goal? Defiance, Saturn, left midfield. Squab's not even close to the play. And it's Shizo! Oh, he just broke his axles! And 100x Vanguard take a second, and Exploding Cat Gift cannot seem to recover.
I hate broke his axles. I want you to know that. I say this as somebody who back in my very first set, back in round number 1, I was sitting here making card puns left and right. So I hate that I like it, and I hate that I hate it at the same time. I like that I hate it. It was not what I was expecting. Demo right off the kickoff. 2-score buffer for 100x Vanguard. They are sitting absolutely pretty. I think they're in a very nice position right now for a team, and we're approaching that halfway mark in game number 2, going down over into Cat Gift territory, and Flo's gonna find the third. So yeah, the 2-goal buffer, here we are. Welcome, 3 goals in the pocket of 100x Vanguard. They're sitting pretty good right now.
They definitely are. 100x Vanguard, I don't know where this came from, this team, but Exploding Cat Gift, as if things have not been bad enough for them tonight, that feels like a real sucker punch to the nose right now of ECG. And I remind you, this is an ECG team that last season was part of the Apex Cup before the re-ranking of these tiers, and was a team that just missed out by 1 match. They missed out on the wild card. Now this season they missed the wild card, but again, they might just be 1 match away where they can't make the championship because Vanguard is gatekeeping. And it just feels like it's unreachable right now. 4 goals in game 2, and while it is a best of 7, it feels like Vanguard are already calling the end of the series.
I'm gonna say it right now, flat out. I was impressed by that. Okay. Peak Legend sitting there, going for that airborne dribble across the pitch. Cool. That looks cool. But to not be a setup for your own shot, but to be a pass to Shizo, and Shizo just comes in at the right moment, in the right spot, and is able to drill it home. I liked that. I liked that a lot, and I cannot emphasize that enough.
As you said as well, it just feels like Vanguard cannot do wrong. And again, Peak Legend in the middle of this play, it feels. But here goes Shizo, looking for the double tap. Squab's going to deny that chance, but this went for ECG. I think it's more about just being able to play protection on the damage, just mitigate at this point the harm that's already been done, and try to prepare for game 3. And another question I have for you, ZekVexol, with how bad game 2 has been, if you're ECG, do you call the tactical timeout now?
Yeah. I think here's the thing that we were kind of talking about in the last set with Godfall when they swapped in their sub. Something that I would say is do it now, because if you do it where you're on the last game, it's 3-0, it's not going to be a good kind of tactical timeout feeling. Do it in the scenario where you can make adjustments and then assess those adjustments. You know, I think that's going to be very important for them, and I would definitely take advantage of that opportunity now, sooner than later. I'm really looking at it right now. We're talking about how collectively 100x Vanguard is playing and how it feels like they are defining the roles a little bit nicer and playing a little bit better as a team right now here against Exploding Cat Gift than they were against Godfall. But I'm looking over at Exploding Cat Gift, and I'm trying my best to find those kind of things where I can make those kind of relatable points. You know, do we see the proper rotations? Maybe I'm just not focusing on them hard enough myself to identify that, but where are they making these kind of passing scenarios? And I will just emphasize that last scenario that we saw between, you know, Peak Legend and Shizo. You know, where is that for Exploding Cat Gift? You don't need to be this crazy mechanical player in order to make that happen. You can pass the ball around on the ground, but show me some team play.
Yeah, I think for ECG, and what's surprising is that ECG is a team that has been unchanged since last season. They have not made any major roster changes. And yet this season, and yet this game, it feels like it's that momentum and it's that chemistry that is lacking for them. 100x Vanguard take game 2. Is this another shutout for them as well? This might be another shutout for them. Did they win by shutout in game 1?
Oh man, you're asking me to remember things, and
Oh,
I
dear.
didn't even remember to eat today. So, you know, and I think you're in the same boat right now. You say your food was sitting at you, staring at you from across the room. So I think we're both sitting here like trying to remember score, food, all of the above. Yeah, that was a rough one. I'm gonna be honest, but it does feel like too when you're in these kind of Rocket League scenarios where, you know, an enemy team they'll score once, they'll score twice, and then it kind of just feels like it snowballs from there if you're not getting anything yourself. And it's that momentum we talk about all the time. It's very critical, and if you're sitting there and you allow that momentum just take advantage and just sink into your mind, then you're going to be in these scenarios where you're seeing 4, 5, 6 point games against you. You got to collect yourself. You got to really just take a step back and understand that you're going to take a loss. You're going to leave an open opportunity. Don't let it get to your head. Get out there and play the game that you know how to play.
As you said, this is game 3 as well here. If I update my score correctly, I've got its manual now, so I gotta update everything manually here. As we go to game 3, the match begins again, and for 100x Vanguard, quickly approaching that championship stage. Now only 2 wins away, and for ECG, they didn't use their tactical timeout either, so it feels like they're either gonna save it for their next loss, or they're just not gonna use it at all. Whatever the choice is, 100x Vanguard doesn't change the outcome right now. They're leading 2-0 in the series, and Exploding Cat Gift, it really feels like this is where they have to turn things around, or else they're not going to be able to have enough time to turn it around.
You know, we're here to talk about the gameplay. First off, I'm going to say this. Shizo slipping in, finding a nice little hole, and able to send it on away. Let's see what ended up going down here. Ball off the rebound. 2 defenders kind of a little bit off the mark, overshooting on the defense. Weren't able to actually get control over the ball, and Shizo was able to find an opportunity. Great job right there. But, you know, while we're here to talk about the gameplay, I do feel like a tactical timeout scenario is a part of the gameplay, is a part of just kind of the team dynamic and the things like that. And I do think it's important to bring up, like, it might have been a little bit of a missed opportunity because you might get put into a scenario, if it does happen, into the hypothetical where this does go 3-0. I don't think that feels good. You know, I'm going to tailor it back to, you're going to have an opportunity to make adjustments if you done it before this game.
Defiance. Squab's not able to find the net here as thank you for the raid Etch-a-Sketch. Hopefully you're doing well, my friend. Hopefully, well, you're streaming Etch-a-Sketch. I hope all's well. We're in the ATS Season 3 Ascendant Cup, sponsored by Variety Esports. This is the Wildcard 8th seed tiebreaker. Winner of this will be the 8th seed in the championship bracket. The loser is out of the running, and right now, Exploding Cat Gift and 100x Vanguard battling in game 3. ECG really need this win, and that goal may just help them get there.
You know, that looked really good. I'm watching Schwabs rotate around the back, play a little bit more floaty. Even right there, right off the kickoff, you see Def and Saturn Pizza go up. Schwabs hangs back a little bit, goes and recollects some of the boost off the back end. So is this what I'm kind of starting to see? Am I starting to get kind of the idea of what ECG is doing, or is ECG starting to get the idea of what they're doing? Rotating somebody like Schwabs back to kind of be the eyes of the field, because right there, it really helped, in my opinion, to just observe the field, find that opportunity, and strike when you can.
I think it's just one of those things where you find a player that needs to find that position. Squabs now looking again. Another great setup of an opportunity, but ECG are very defensive. They do not like the challenge in front of that net. Feels like a team that just doesn't want to take risks at this point, but when you're down by 2 games, obviously something isn't working. Gotta take risks! And Squubs! Oh, what a play there! Took the chance. ECG have taken the lead.
You know, exactly same scenario. Squub's just chilling. He's looking for these kind of opportunities to find it. He could very much be your observing type of player who looks at the big picture and is able to make the decisive call. And I think that takes 2 different things. You know, somebody who can not only see the information but can act on the information. Right now, Squubs is doing a really good job at showing us that he can be that person.
As you said as well, what an important match this is. As Flo now back with it. Hunter's Vanguard. Hunter's under pressure. Like to answer back. Shizo to the net. Saved by Saturn. Peak Legend was wide open there too. Squubs left that net open. Vanguard couldn't take that chance. Now he'll go for a shot. Flo denying him on the pre-flip. Now Defiance. Actually, Flo and Shizo both committing there. Hunter's Vanguard. They're going to take at any point of any kind of space they can. Peak Legend. First touch good. Second touch as well. But could not get the fake under Defiance. And with space and time, Hunter's Vanguard can make things happen. But they'll clear the ball all the way back. They'll go back up to offense and try all over again.
That picks it up and ball soaring over the top. Peak Legend to tap it, centers it, Flow off the top and is able to knock it right down and in. The game is all tied up. Look at that, 2-2 at 2. 2 minutes remaining on the clock here in game number 3, and 100x Vanguard has closed the gap. Exploding Cat, if they need this though, they have to find the one to take the lead. I don't think this is a team you want to be taking into overtime in this scenario. You know, I don't feel like you have that kind of Godfall playbook in that let's take them to overtime and hit them in this kind of scenario. Or you know what, maybe you do take a page out of their playbook of let's take them into overtime and beat them there. Let them feel the pressure of, you know, we're getting into this dire straight scenario and let's take advantage of them in that case.
Whatever happens, ECG, they're gonna have to be confident they can get a win no matter how they get it here, because this series has been a tough one. As a bump in front, Peak Legend stopped by Saturn, who really rushed to get to there. Could have been very likely he could have own gold had he not challenged there the right way. Now he'll go back, gets the flick over Shizo. Big Legend gets the dunk, but Vanguard, without much support, it will be a slow outplay here. Shizo, Squubs, sends it out. Flo gets by 1. Saturn already racing back, but with low boost, he doesn't have much that he can do here. Leaves it. No, he doesn't. He bumped out his own teammate. Big Legend wins it. This one saved on the line. Squubs comes to the rescue, and Exploding Cat Gift will be very thankful that he's there. This game stays all even.
Squubs coming flying through right there is just very key to, you know, similar thing. Just watching, looking for those kind of plays, both offensively and defensively. I like that. The problem I'm finding right now is just the overall percentages for field domination and ball percentage. Everything right now has been in favor of 100x Vanguard, and it shows. It feels like Exploding Cat Gift hasn't had an opportunity, but this might be that opportunity. Ball floating around over on Vanguard's half of the field. Now just kind of flying on back. Def does connect with it, but it does seem like it wasn't able to get control. Ball now approaching center field. Who's going to be able to find it? Saturn ends up kind of 50-50 in the trade. Def sends it on down. Squubs picks it up. 10 seconds on the clock. Are we going to be going into overtime here in game number 3 to be the defining match for Exploding Cat Gift? Ladies and gentlemen, no. The answer is no. Unless Exploding Cat Gift can find this one in 3 seconds. Take a look at that right there. Saturn Pizza just not able to get behind it. Not able to stop that ball from soaring on in.
A tragic end to game 3. ECG now have to score with no time remaining. Saturn, Defiance actually kept up here, but it's Vanguard and only Vanguard on the ball. And it's game 3 over. 100x Vanguard are 1 game away from sending ECG home.
This is getting very tight right now for Exploding Cat Gift. I mean, it's obviously as tight as they can get. It's 3-0 right now going into the match point. It's not a good feeling. Are reverse sweeps possible? Yeah. Ask Exploding Cat Gift. I'm sure they answered that question for us back in their previous set. Not to, you know, obviously turn over some bring up some bad news, but, you know, I think that's a good scenario to look at those kind of situations and say, yes, this is doable. This is possible. It just matters how we collect ourselves and how we approach this next game. And you know, it does all come down to this.
One game. ECG came into this, many consider them a surefire team to compete with the best. Now just looking to survive. Exploding Cat GIF now got a real tall order. 100x Vanguard are one win away from being in the championship and from sending Exploding Cat GIF home. This is it. Game 4 of what could be one of the biggest surprises of the season. Can Exploding Cat GIF pull themselves together for one last stand, or does 100x Vanguard take them down 4 games in a row? Game 4, match point, and for Exploding Cat GIF, their tournament, their lives on the line.
I have to say, you know, all things considered, that last game, I'm seeing life in Exploding Cat GIF. And I think that's something that we haven't seen, or I'm sorry, I should say didn't see back in game 1. Back in game 2, it felt like, you know, something was kind of just missing. Squubs looks for that shot, not able to find it. Shizo does get the good save. Def sends it. Def scores! 30 seconds in. 1 on the board for Exploding Cat GIF. There is that life. Bring it on back. Ramp it on up. It's now or never.
Vanguard have been calling for the head of Exploding Cat GIF, but they stand in defiance. A goal in the first 30 seconds, a huge statement early on. ECG are not out of this, and you mentioned it as well. This team very close to making a reverse sweep earlier today in Yu-Gi-Oh! Sword, just one round earlier. They now have to actually do the reverse sweep here. There's no other options, so they're back to that same predicament. They've got to win 4 games straight without losing 1. Vanguard will put them to the test. A good start for Defiance and Exploding Cat GIF. Now they just need to add more.
Well, 60 seconds off the clock. Flo sends it on down. Heading over by the Cat GIF goal. Flo goes to be his own assist, to be his own setup. Peak Legend sends it over. Center field. Def in the goal, though. Oh, but Flo comes in from over top. It's right inside. Shizo's able to find it. So close to getting that one out of there. But now we are even back up.
And I don't know why Defiance left the net there. It was a strange decision because he had the goal line covered and he just waited. He would have had a very easy save to make. Instead, he left it, forced Saturn to go for quite an awkward setup there, and that's going to give Vanguard to go back. And for ECG, just small mistakes like that really are going to cost you there. Now they got to get a go back. Saturn, though, going to set up Defiance. ECG back on offense almost immediately here, but can they score just as fast as well? Saturn whiffs on it. Vanguard will take this one back.
Squubs sends it on over, chilling over in the corner of Vanguard territory. Now just going to send on down to the Cat GIF corner right in front of the goal center ball. 3 members there to receive it. Do knock that one away, but immediately getting sent right on back down. Vanguard looking for a setup. They're trying to knock it off the corner. Saturn does deny that one. Kind of sends it a little bit over top, but take a look at this one. Open goal. Saturn trying to get the setup. Taps it. Flows over there, but unfortunately it wasn't close enough. Just going to head off right side of the net. Squubs so close off the left post. Just barely off the mark, and Saturn wasn't able to respond.
There's Vanguard now, a counterattack, 2-on-1. Squubs avoids the bump and gets the save. Huge play there for ECG. This game stays tied, and Squubs right now, so you can tell he's the lifeblood of ECG right now. This team is rallying behind him. He's really trying to pull this team together with everything he has left. Huge saves on defense, huge plays on offense, and ECG follows suit to what Squubs has done so far. And we haven't seen it yet from ECG as well. Someone to just take lead. Now we do. It's Squubs who's doing it. He's showing his teammates just how much this game matters to him. I'm sure that they're fired up just like he is.
You know, I think it was one of those things too when I said, you look back at one of the previous games that we had here, Squubs was playing this kind of observer role, and not like, I think observer role is probably not the best way, but more like a commanding role. I'm chilling back, I'm paying attention to what's going on, I'm observing the field itself, and then like I said, able to make those quick, decisive decisions, those kind of calls like, I need to go now, I need to go there. You know, I can see the opportunity, I can see it playing out in my head. This is where the ball is going to be, and this is where I need to be. And I feel like Squubs needs to be that kind of player for ECG. He needs to be, I don't want to say like the lifeblood, the one and only, but, you know, maybe just kind of have him be in that, you know, I keep saying, wanting to say observing role, but, you know, observing makes it seem like he's not participating.
I think the word you're looking for is passive. If that helps you very much here. ECG.
I guess, yeah.
Looking for more. Wait a second. It's another goal. They take the lead late. It's Defiance with the finisher. His second goal, his second shot, and ECG with their first lead.
Really good right there. Defiance able to find that one off of the setup from Squubs. That's what they needed. Now they're one up in a scenario where we've had some very low score games again here in this set. -1. Not going to talk about that one. But 2-1 is a very good feeling. Ball bouncing in front of the goal. And that is going to be another one. You went 1 up. Now you're 2 up. This is very comfortable. Exploding Cat Gifts. Hold on to this. Just play this one right. We're going to be moving on into game 5.
Minute and 15 seconds to go, and ECG may have life in them after all. What a resurgence as well. The last game felt like they lost every ounce of energy. They have found the reserves. And it's Vanguard now who have the pressure on them here, because reminder, ECG can make it. They almost did the reverse sweep against Yukio Sora last time around. Now they have to do it here against Vanguard, and game won't take too much account here, I think, because that next game 5 is really going to matter when it comes to how these teams are playing. This is a start for ECG. It all starts with 1. How this series is going. Maybe they have a way of turning things around. They've really got to find ways to allow the momentum to be in their favor. Actually, going into game 5. As Squubs! Well, that's one way to do it. That's a huge goal, and for a player who's been active all game long, I'm surprised to see that that's his first.
Look, I'm not calling it for exploding cat gifts, but I'm saying, okay, so game 5, what do we, how do we keep this momentum in game 5 right now for exploding cat gifts? 35 seconds, I'm gonna bite my tongue a little bit. Obviously, I understand anything can happen. We've seen plenty of 6-second goals here today, so no surprise if something does happen. There's the 30-second mark, though. Time is ticking down, and exploding cat gifts are lining up right now. They are absolutely laying out the pavement for them to head on in to game number 5 in a very momentous position.
Squubs beats out Flow. Peak Legend can't reach it as well. This goes all the way back. Squubs, one more for the road. He's got it. A beautiful finisher. And if that doesn't tell you how this team is feeling, I don't know what is.
You know, I think we call this content, right, Sporty? Just get yourself in this 3-game down scenario and then show up for a reverse sweep. Is that what they're trying to do right now? They tried it in the last one, and now they're going to try it here.
Oh, we'll see about that. Oh, no way. I thought there was going to be another goal at the 0 seconds there, but it's game 4, and it's ECG who will take that one. We've got a series on our hands here. ZekVexol and ECG, they take this game back. Getting very, very close here between both these sides. That's game 4. We go to game 5, and a reminder again, the Vanguard are only 1 win away from taking the series, but ECG, is this the start of the reverse sweep?
Very much the possibility that, I mean, like we said, last set, their set, it was happening. They just came up a little bit shy at the end. Can they make it happen here? I honestly, looking at this last game, if we can keep that momentum going, I don't see that too far out of the question. Knowing what this team can do, I don't see that as being a far out of reach thing. Here we go, game number 5. Ladies and gentlemen, there is the kickoff. We got 5 minutes till end time.
5 minutes back on the clock. ECG now have to play with that tournament life in their hands, but they do have momentum, and they need to keep it for as long as they can. Here against Underx Vanguard, not off to a good start though. Those shots ringing off the post there, and Vanguard had a few things change there. That could have been goal 1. Instead it stays tied, but ECG should feel no less safe just about it.
Still keeping contact over here in the cat gift corner. Not someplace you want to be right at the start of the game. You know, kind of starting off feeling on the defensive after that commanding end in the previous round. I get it. You know, that was the momentum from the previous game, but shot there by Shizo. That is going to be the first goal on the board, and it's going to be 100x Vanguard in 46 seconds.
The 100x Vanguard, who would love to take the series here, give exploding cat gift no more chances. Reminder, winner of this series takes the 8th seed for the championship next Friday, November 22nd, a week from now. We're playing against NES Nova Ninjas in the lower side of the bracket. So, I mean, this is a long night for these teams. It's still going to get longer, but eventually next Friday, that's what these teams are playing for. They're playing for just the chance to have greatness, to be at the top. ECG find that space, but there's Vanguard holding them down. Big Legend running his way for defenders. Shizo's shot now. That one off the crossbar. Putting Catgift. They just need to break out at this point. There's a lot of pressure on them. A lot of shots. This cannot be healthy.
There's a lot of pressure, a lot of shots. You want to take a look at this right now. So far, the ball has been in Exploding Catgift's territory right in front of their goal for 90% of the game. That is insane. That is intense. 100x Vanguard is just like they took the gas pedal and they absolutely put it through the floor at the start of this game. They came back with a vengeance from the previous game. They want to make sure that this one ends right here. They're like, okay, you know what? You got your one. Enjoy that one. That's exactly what the statement I feel is being made.
Oh, but here goes Scrubs. He's done it before. Oh, it's off the bar. That nearly had the net in sight. ECG closing in. They're back on offense. Squubs again. No doubt about it. We're tied.
Squubs is here. Let's get the train rolling. You heard the horn. Let's get it off. Nice shot by Squubs, but you know, look at Def right there, knocking away the defender. Really great job by them. That kind of assist is very necessary in those kind of moments. So, all tied up now, 1-1. You love to see it. Now let's pull it back. Let's keep it going. Let's keep that momentum. Shot on goal, so close, but a nice little pinch by the members of 100x Vanguard. Your own goal is open, though. That is not what you want to see. Peak Legend gonna find himself another one. I honestly feel like I haven't seen Peak Legend scoring in a minute. What do you think?
Yeah, it has been a while. I think so much of what he's done this series has been off the ball, but that was on the ball. And what I found so impressive about this, he went for his own net to score that. He was in his own net when he went for that shot. So, there's Vanguard across the field, still finding openings, but ECG not done. Saturn missed a wide open chance. Now Shizo clears. Defiance unable to beat out, and now here goes Peak Legend. Squubs holding on to offense. Exploding Catgift holding on to the chance that they can still come back with 2 minutes to go. Saturn, Squubs, Defiance up the field, but Defiance will not be there for that shot. He'll go back instead. Now he takes this one upfield. Flow actually prevents Shizo from getting what could have been a better clear. And here goes Exploding Catgift. Saturn, he didn't get the touch there. Couldn't get the fake onto Peak Legend. Next Vanguard. They can hold this lead for the next 2 minutes. They'll be in that final bracket. Shizo, back wall, Shizo with space, and he will score a double tap in the faces of ECG.
That has got to be such a good feeling for Shizo right now. He's really shown up in this series, and I absolutely love it. Taking a look at that one, that double tap right off the backboard, send it down in. We have 1 minute and 46 seconds to go. 2-goal lead for 100x Vanguard. We need to see 2 goals for Exploding Catgift to tie this one on up, to give them even a chance at making this on over into game number 6. Even a chance to sit here and find that game 7 to take us to Champions Field, to actually have a chance for the reverse sweep. There's so much that needs to be done, so much groundwork that needs to be laid. It all comes down to this. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is match point as we approach the 1 minute mark. Keep that in your back of your head. 100x Vanguard is leading the charge. 100x Vanguard wants to put themselves in the championship bracket.
1 minute determines. ECG need 2 goals, and they gotta get started now. Defiance, shot on, saved by Peak Legend. Saturn doesn't have this. Peak Legend wasn't ready. Shot goes. It's off the front post, and Exploding Catgift needs to go again. Defiance slings one. Flow there, but no one behind. Squubs, back wall, double in. 43 seconds remain.
This is doable. Okay, that right there was required. Okay, it wasn't like, okay, you know, you need to do that. Okay, you have to do that. You should do that. No, that was required to land a goal in that scenario. 43 seconds, you're down by 1. Now it feels like we've gone from the realm of out of reach to the realm of entirely possible for Exploding Catgift. Okay, it all comes down to this. I am actually on the edge of my seat. I'm quite literally on the edge of my seat right now, looking forward to this. There's the 30-second mark. We're playing around the halfway point of the map. Flo picks it up, sends it on down over in front of it. Cat Gifts goal gets met by Defiance. Does keep up the pressure though. We're getting down to the 15-second mark. We need to see it turned up. You gotta make an opportunity now. Exploding Cat Gift. That's the 10 seconds. But unfortunately, I should say for you, the Cat Gifts, but very fortunate for the Vanguards. Peak Legend swoops on in, finds himself a second goal here, making this 2-4 with 9 seconds left.
An MVP caliber performance tonight from Exploding Cat Gift and from Peak Legend specifically, and that will not go unnoticed. Time runs out. Exploding Cat Gift are eliminated from the championship. A surefire team, they will not be there. But for 100x Vanguard, it took them 4 hours, but they will take the 8th seed and will knock ECG out. And what a surprise. This has been I've mentioned it before on this stream. ATS Season 3 has been a season of surprises, and I think there's been none bigger than this. ECG were a team that everybody had making it that final bracket, and a team that was competing for that 4th seed spot. They are now out of the wild card.
You know, we watched the previous series together where 100x Vanguard was facing off against Godfall, and that one felt just honestly every single step of the way too close to call. It felt like there was so much back and forth, and it felt like there was a lot more individuality coming out of 100x Vanguard in that one. This series, it did not feel that way. It felt like everybody on 100x Vanguard had their own role, and I really loved seeing that. Unfortunately, Exploding Cat Gift just wasn't able to get the ball rolling until it felt like in those later games, you know, we started to see some life come back into them, and I was like, great, this is good. We're seeing them find kind of that thing that they need underneath them. We're seeing Squubs sit there, rotate around. We're seeing Defiance look for setup opportunities, and Squubs just go in to seal the deal, and I really liked that. But you know, the big looming but, it was probably too little too late at that point.
It was absolutely too little too late. ECG didn't have a good start, and that only made things go downhill from there. We've got a championship bracket to look at now, ZekVexol. Our top 8 is confirmed for our championship. So we already talked about the teams that had to make it through the wild card just to get to this point. Again, a reminder, there have been a couple teams waiting to see who they'd go up against in that final bracket. So there's been a lot of teams waiting for those announcements, but the top teams are confirmed, ZekVexol. Here they are. In the upper portion, it's the Wobblers who take on 100x35 Vortex, and it is Team Evo Vector taking on Team Evo Bananas. Lower portion, NES Nova Ninjas who will take on 100x Vanguard, and Yu-Gi-Oh! Sora versus Godfall Gaming. Those are our top 8 for the ATS Season 3 Ascendant Cup, sponsored by Variety Esports. ZekVexol, before we kind of leave, before we sign off, are there any matches in this final bracket that people should really look at?
Oh man, you know, I gotta be honest, with the final performance from Yu-Gi-Oh! Sora, I'm gonna keep my eye on them. I saw them a little bit earlier on. I saw how they played against Godfall. I'm looking forward to seeing that matchup again and seeing how the response is. I know there's a lot of potential between those two teams, and I think that's going to be a fun one for me. Although I will now obviously got to put it out there, these teams that have just been waiting here and just kind of chilling, and I'm really looking at that top side of the bracket, the Wobblers versus 100x35 Vortex. Okay, Vortex really felt like they were just coming out swinging, and correct me if I'm wrong from today's Swiss 414140. Okay, it felt very dominant from them. So to see them go and face off against Wobblers right out of the gate, I'm ready. I'm ready right now. Let's go. Come on. Where's the match?
And I'll tell you when the matches are. The ATS Championship for the ATS Season 3 Ascendant Cup, sponsored by Variety Esports, next Friday, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern. Friday, November 22nd. That's when it starts, and that's when these matches will all begin as well. But for all of you out there who want to compete as well in this action, ATS Season 4, the announcement has been made. Sign up start December 30th. Next season, scheduled February 3rd. So, for all of you out there who want to compete in ATS for Season 4, plan for February 3rd. That's the start of Season 4. But again, that has been. Tomorrow, though, we've got the Advent Cup on this stream as well. So, more matches from another wildcard division, the Advent Cup tomorrow. But, ZekVexol, it's been an amazing having you tonight for these last 2 matches, and maybe just getting to see all these matches in general. you have anything you want to say? Any shoutouts? Any final messages?
This has been an honestly phenomenal time. You know, I honestly, Sporty, you and I casting together has always been a great time. I love these leagues. I love the Rocket League community. You guys have been phenomenal every single step of the way. I'll keep saying the word phenomenal until it drills into your guys' head. You're amazing. I love coming out here and doing this with y'all. And I'm looking forward to next week. I'm looking forward to Sunday, seeing you guys out here again. And then next week over there in the championship. You guys all, thank you very much. You guys have a good night.
Yeah, and I will say the same thing as well to all of you out there. Thank you so much for jumping in and being so supportive. It was amazing having you all just jump in, show support, just being out here and being vocal. Seriously, it was amazing. Thank you all so much for joining the Sporty team this evening. I'm Sporty FC. Joining me again tonight was ZekVexol. Thank you for joining the ATS Season 3 Ascendant Cup, sponsored by Variety Esports. Again, shout out to our sponsors in Variety Esports. Join us November 22nd for the championship, or tomorrow for the Advent Cup wildcard. Take care. Have a great night.